Night by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. Lo, where the champion day, down slopes of flame in golden armor, quits the evening skies, and his glowing steeds with manes of fire rush from the world, a dust of glimmering gold from their fierce hoofs o'er heaven's azure meads rolls to one star that blossoms near the moon. With solemn tread and holy souled, star-bound, Night, like a votaress, a shadowy nun, paces the lonely corridors of heaven, the vastly arched and ebon halls of sky. How still, how beautiful! Her raven locks, pale filleted with stars that dance their sheen on her deep vestal eyes, and woo the soul to wonder and to dream of far-off things. How calm o'er this great river, in its flow silent and dark, smooths earth's cold sister sphere her lunar chasteness whiter than blown foam, as o'er a troubled brow a hand of love, as on a restless heart the balm of sleep caressing, softening all care away. See where the roses at the wood's dark edge in many a languid bloom bow to the moon and the dim river's lisp. Sleep weighs their eyes with damask lashes of deep petals fringed, that the rude, frolic bee, rough paramour, so often kissed beneath the noonday sun. How cool the breezes touch the tired head, as if with unseen fingers, soft and slow, smoothing away the weariness of the day. And on the breeze, hark to that melody born from that thorn tree white with fragrant bloom, the dreaming nocturne of a mockingbird, Ave Maria, nun-like, slumbering sung, there on its couch of clustered snow and scent. See, where the violet mound nods many a flower, dreamily sad as sorrow's own sad eyes, and lost in thought, and great with dewy grief, as are her eyes when haltingly she bends o'er Lethe's waves, and stooping down to drink, delays to drink, and faltering remains. The night with feet of moon-tinged mist and wind swept o'er them now, but as she passed she bent, meseemed, and kissed each modest bloom and left a brilliant on its brow, that bashful hung, freighted with love. Then, groping up her train of star-stained crape that billowed, breeze-like by, I seemed to hear her whisper as she passed, "Sleep, sleep, my children. Lo, I bring to you God's best gift, sleep, the soft, the misty-eyed, the strange, the wonderful, the cure for care." And all things slept, the trees, the rocks, the soil, sleep's soft ablution in them washing out the fever and the frenzy of the day. But I slept not with them, though the world and all its people slept. I could not sleep, my heart being brimmed with love, with joy in love, with thoughts and dreams of love's first happiness, until the night turned from the slumbering world, from her dim vigil turned, as from her child a loving mother turns, who all night long hath bent above its cradle, and with songs and kisses soothed to rest. And in the east the first faint streaks of dawn made gray the heaven, and the wrath-cock, like some clear clarion, crew. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Dawn by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Ivan Yuan from Shanghai High School International Division. 1. Mist on the mountain height, silverly creeping, incarnate beads of light, bloom cradled sleeping, dripped from the brow of night. 2. Shadows and winds that rise over the mountain, stars in the spar that lies, lost in the fountain cold as the waking skies. 3. Sheep in fenced-in folds, dreaming bleating, dim on the thistled walls, where, glad with meeting, twilight the night enfolds. 4. Sleep on the restless sea, hushing its trouble, rest on the dream that be, hued in life's bubble, calm on the heart of me. 5. Mist from the mountain height, hurriedly fleeting, stars in the locks of night, throbbing and beating, thrilled with the coming light. 6. Flocks on the musky strips, pearl on the fountain, winds from the heavens' lips, and on the mountain, dawn with her rose that drips. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Ocklawaha by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Ivan Yuan from Shanghai High School International Division. River winding from the west, winding from the river May, often hath the Indian pressed through your black gums and your mosses, where the alligator crosses, still some lily paven bay, basking there in lazy rest. Still the spider lily loops, sprawling flowers, peals of pearl, where the green magnolia stoops, buzz to yellow lily bonnets, where the morning dew upon its golden funnels curl on curl, the festooning jasmine droops. Who may paint the beauty of orchids blooming late in June, bristling on the boughs above, cypress trees where vine and flower, long lianad blossoms shower on the deer that come at noon to the inlets that they love. Lilied inlets where the teal, dabbled mid the water grasses, latham treasures seem to seal with white blooms that star the river. Bay, the swift kingfishers shiver into circles as each passes o'er their mirrors that reveal. Bends reflecting roots and moss, where the tall palmettos throng, mid the living oaks tower and toss, panther necks whose heads are heavy, hammocks where the perfumes levy tribute from the birds in song, from the mocking birds that cross. Logs the turtles haunt, and deep of lagoons the searching crane wades, and where the heron sleeps, where the screaming limpkins listen, and the leaping mullet glisten, where the bream and bass show plain, and the dark didapper sweeps. Quatrains, Quatrains, still you loved Magonilla's bloom, still the tangled Cherokee, still the blazing stars spread splendor through the forest, and the tender discs of the hibiscus loom, rosy where you once roamed free. Osceola, Osceola, phantoms of your vanquished race, seem around me over all my soul here, mossy regions swarm with Seminoles, lost legions. Rides the war paint on each face, dead, long dead for Florida. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Minorcan by Madison Cawein. Recorded for LibriVox.org by Ivan Yuan from Shanghai High School International Division. 1. The mockingbird may sing loud welcomes in the spring. The farewell of our nightingales prevails, prevails. No singing may hush their song. In sleep they sing the clear. Is home, home, home the whole night long. Will wonder that we feel our wrong, the near. 2. Hibiscus blooms surprise. The swamp with rosy eyes. The Balearic girl but knows our rose, our rose. No slavery may undo her dream. It makes the pure with love, 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 the long night through. That makes the day's long heartbreak too, the surer. 3. The wind from out the west would teach our souls unrest. We will not hear until hath ceased the east, the east. Within its whisperings weep. The olive sounds and rushes. Its rest, 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 while night does keep. The weight of memory asleep that crushes. 4. Deep ocean brings us shells, like dead but fond farewells, and calls to us with all its tongues of foam, from home, and then the stars on high, looking down and say, come, cherish hope, hope, sweet hope. Our hearts deny us while we toil all day and sigh and perish. End of The Minorcan. This recording is in the public domain. The Spring in Florida by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Aidan Yuan from Shanghai High School International Division. 1. Crab apples make the western belt of hammock one gay holiday of pink, and through palmetto deeps, on winds like felt, the jasmine odors sink. The wind blows blur of peach and pearl around the villa by the river's side. The guava blossoms and the orange trees whirl, aroma far and wide. He courts her, sings the mockingbird. He courts her, and she misses. This word or that she might have heard, had he not crushed a sweeter word on her sweet mouth with kisses. He courts her. 2. Chameleons haunt the sunlight there, where lemons ferment with blooms the way. The white rose gives its soul up, and the air ensnares it in array. Great lilies open mouths of musk, and stun the wind with scent. The loaded light swoons with japonicas, and tusk on tusk magnolias bud in sight. The redbird sings, oh haste, 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 sweetheart, no longer tarry. Go clasp her sweetly by the waist, and ask her like a poppy-faced sweetheart if she will marry. Oh haste, haste, haste. 3. There the veranda, spilled and spun, with steep bignonia foaming all its frame, with fiery blooms, seems pouring for the sun, a cataract of flame. The oleander hedges soak the dusk with fragrance, and the gray moss sweeps its streamers for the cypress and live oak, where blue the ocean sleeps. Oh love, 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 the wood dove coos. Oh love, love, love forever. They who the crimson rose refuse, all other flowers too may lose. So choose thou now or never. Oh love, love, love. End of The Spring in Florida. This recording is in the public domain.
Long Ago by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. When the winter wind comes sighing like a ghost, and softly trying door and window, and the dying light upon the hearth burns low, how his heart, that's old, remembers love that faded as the embers into ashes, or December's vanished snow. And he seems to see her sitting with the tranquil firelight flitting on her face and fitful knitting, while her chair goes to and fro, as she sat once in the hours that are gone, that like the flowers died, with all that youth embowers, long ago. Then he seems to hear her speaking, and her rocker faintly creaking, and his hand goes dimly seeking hers that is not there. Ah, no. Hers whose memory keeps reaching from the past fond arms, beseeching heart and soul till, past all preaching, both o'erflow. O caresses lost that take him in his dreams and wildly wake him, tears that blind, and sighs that shake him, is there any cure for woe? Answer, love, whose eyes once married, joy whose cheeks and lips were cherried, you whom long ago he buried, long ago. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Self by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Malachy Orozco. London, United Kingdom. A Sufi said to me in dreams, "Behold, from Sodomite to Peri, earth tablets us. Man lives and is man's own long commentary. Is one begat at Basora? One lies at Damietta dying. The plausibilities of God all possibilities o'erlying. But when lust burns within the flesh, hell's but a homily on heaven. Put then the individual first, and of thyself be shriven. Neither in adamant nor brass the scrutinizing eye records it. The arm is rooted in the heart that rules and lords it. Be that it is, and thou art all, and what thou art, so hast thou written, thee of the lutanists of love, or of the torture smitten. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Aspiration by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. God knew he strove against pale lust and vice, wound in the net of their voluptuous hair. God knew that to their kisses he was ice, their arms around him there. God knew against the front of fate he set a front as stern, with lips as sternly pressed, raised clench and ineffectual hands that met the iron of her breast. God knew what motive his sad soul inspired. God knew the star for which he climbed and craved. God knew, and only God, the hell that fired his heart and in it raved. And yet he failed utterly. No lie of hell that writhes within its simmering pit sank deeper down than he who with the cry, "Now shall I rest from it," died, was remembered haply for a day. Who hoped to rise, rolled in the morning's rose, the flame of fame, and still lies laid away where no one cares or knows. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Peace by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. When rose leaves 'neath the rose bush lie, and lilies bloom, and lilacs die, when days fall sadder than a sigh, lay me asleep. Where breezes blow the rose leaves by, lay me asleep. When to the dusty, dreary day no lonely cloud brings cooling gray, and languidly the tree-tops sway, and flowers there, come thou as silently and pray, as flowers there. Then pass as softly, shed no tear, nor flaw with sighs the peace that's here, the pallid silence far and near, so weary grown, nor bring the world to jar the ear, so weary grown. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Sin by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Kachuk. There is a legend of an old Hart's tower that tells of one, a noble, who had sold his soul unto the fiend, who grew not old, on this condition, that the demon's power cease every midnight for a single hour, and in that hour his body should lie cold, with limbs upshriveled, and with face, behold, shrunk to a death's head in the taper's glower. So unto sin life gives his best, her arts make all his outward seeming beautiful before the world, but in his heart of hearts abides an hour when her strength is null, when he shall feel the death through all his parts strike, and his countenance become a skull. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The House of Fear by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Kachuk. Vast are its halls, as vast the halls and lone where death sits, listening to the wind and rain. And dark the house where I shall meet again that long-dead sin in some dread way unknown. For I have dreamed of stairs of haunted stone, and spectre footsteps I have fled in vain, and windows glaring with a blood-red stain, and hollow eyes that burn me to the bone, within a face that looks as that black night it looked, when deep I dug for it a grave. The dagger wound above the brow, the thin blood trickling slantwise down the cheeks dead white. And I have dreamed not even God can save me and my soul from that arisen sin. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Satan by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Still shall I stand the everlasting hate colossal chaos builded 'neath thine eyes, the symbol of all evil that defies thy victory, and vanquished still can wait. Scar me again with such vast flame as late hurled abrupt thunder and archangel cries, mid fiery whirlwinds of the terrible skies, down the deep's roar against hell's monster gate. Thy wrath cannot abolish or make less me, an eternal while opposed to wrath. Me who to thwart thee evermore shall plan. Behold thy Eden's vanished loveliness. Why hast thou set a sword within its path, and cursed and exiled thine own image, man? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Ossian by Madison Cawein. Kachuk. Long have I heard the noise of battle clash along the windy sea that roared again, seen helmets rise, and on the clanking plain barbaric chieftains meet, and, howling, dash their mailed thousands down, with crash on crash, like crags contending with the roaring main, torrents of shields like rivers of rolling rain, I have beheld within the moon's pale flash, the moon that, like a spirit, o'er the wood hung white as steel, glimmering the spears and swords that shone like ripples in the iron flood, the streams of war that beat in heathen hordes about their rock-like kings, whence wave-like far circled the battle, warrior on warrior.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Quatrains by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. 1. The Love Chase. On towards the purlieus of impossible space, from death enamored, life capricious flies, communicated sorrow of his face, freezing her ever backward burning eyes. 2. The Garden of Days. Man's days are planted as a flower bed, with labor's lily and the rose of folly. Beneath grief's cypress, pale, uncomforted, the phantom fungus blooms of melancholy. 3. Faith and Facts. With starry gold night still endorses what man's soul hath written, guessing at the skies. Day on night scribble drops a fiery blot, and thwart the writing scrawls the lie of lies. 4. Hell and Heaven. And it may be that seamed with iron scars, one in vast hell oft lifts fierce eyes above, and one inviolate as God's high stars looks from far heaven, sighing, Alas, O love. 5. Alchemy. Into her heart's young crucible life threw affliction first, then faith, by which is meant hope and humility. Love touched the two, and lo, the golden blessing of content. 6. Trial. As oft as hope weighed, coaxing on his arm, on that despair dashed heavily his fist. He knew no way out of grief's night and storm, until a child named Effort came and kissed. 7. Nightmare. Some obscene drug in her dull draught sleep gave, for dead I lay, yet heard a man-faced beast dig with wolfish fingers in my grave, with horrible laughter to a horrible feast. 8. Clairvoyance. Some few may pierce the phantom fogs that veil life's stormy seas into futurity, and see the Flying Dutchman's ominous sail, portentous of dark things that are to be. 9. The Flying Dutchman. Through hissing scud, mad mist, and roaring rain, on thundering seas, I see her drive and drive, crowding wild canvas 'gainst the hurricane, her demon ports with glowworm lamps alive. 10. Destiny. Within the volume of the universe, with worlds she writes irrevocable laws. From everlasting unto everlasting, hers the evolutions of effect and cause. 11. Fame the Mermaid. A mirror, brilliant as a beautiful star, she lifts and sings to her own loveliness. Not till her light and song have lured him far does man behold the lie he did not guess. 12. The Hours. With stars and dew and sunlight in their hair, they come, the daughters of the day, who saith, The gifts my children bring are rest and care, of which the last is life, the first is death. 13. Despair. So sick at heart, so weary of the sun, in her sad halls the soul sits desolate, her hopes surrendered to oblivion, whose coal-black charger neighs outside the gate. 14. Misanthrope. Shut in with its own selfishness, his soul sees, as a screech-owl in a dead tree might, blinking avoided daylight through one hole, the white world blackened by his own dull sight. 15. The Hun. One splendid infamies 1,000 years heaven tolerated, like a word that trod incarnate of the law, vast wrath and tears in pagan eyes. Behold the scourge of God. 16. Greece. The godlike sister of all lands, she stands before the world, to whom she gave her heart, still testifying with degenerate hands her bygone glory in enduring art. 17. Egypt. With ages weighed as with the pyramids, and Karnak wrecks still, out of sphinx-like eyes, beneath the apathetic lotus lids, with Memnon moan her granite heart defies. 18. Poe. Wild, wandering witch-lights, and dark-winged above, a raven, and within a sculptured tomb, beside the corpse of beauty and of love, song's everlasting lamp that lights the gloom. 19. Hawthorne. Dim lands and dimmer walls, where magic slips a couch of velvet, sleep beneath romance, where speculation, prince-like, kneels, his lips fearing to break the long, unbroken trance. 20. Emerson. Our new world Chrysostom, whose golden tongue through nature preached philosophy and truth, old intimate of loveliness he sung, wise and instructing with the lips of youth. 21. Jafer the Vizier. Lutes, odorous torches, slaves and dancing girls in gardens by a moonlit waterside, and one whose wise lips scatter words like pearls. Behold the true Haroun whom naught may hide. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Puritans Christmas by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Their only thought religion, what Christmas joys had they, the stern, staunch Pilgrim Fathers who knew never a holiday. A log church in the clearing, mid solitudes of snow, the wild beast and the wilderness and lurking Indian foe. No time had they for pleasure, whom God had put to school. A sermon was their Christmas cheer, a psalm their only Yule. They deemed it joy sufficient, nor would Christ take ill, that service to himself and God employed their spirits still. And so through faith and prayer their powers were renewed, and hearts made strong to hew a world and tame a solitude. A type of revolution wrought from an iron plan, in the largest mold of liberty God cast the Puritan. A better land they founded, that freedom had for bride, the shackles of old despotism struck from her limbs and side. With faith within to guide them, and courage to perform, a nation from a wilderness they hewed with their strong arm. For liberty to worship, and right to do and dare, they faced the savage and the storm, with voices raised in prayer. For God it was who summoned, and God it was who led, and God would not forsake the love that must be clothed and fed. Great need had they of courage, great need of faith had they, and lacking these, how otherwise for us had been this day. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The New Year by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Lift up thy torch, O year, and let us see what destiny hath made thee heir to at nativity. Doubt, some call faith, and ancient wrong and might, whom some name right, and darkness that the purblind world calls light. Despair, with hope's brave form, and hate, who goes in friendship's clothes, and joy, the smiling mask of many woes. Neglect, who merit serves, lust, to whom, see, love bends the knee, and selfishness, who preacheth charity. Vice, in whose dungeon virtue lies in chains, and cares and pains, that on the throne of pleasure hold their reigns. Corruption, known as honesty, and fame, that's but a name, and innocence, whose other name is shame. And folly men call wisdom here, forsooth, and, like a youth, fair falsehood, whom the many take for truth. Abundance, who hath famine's house in lease, and high mid these, war, blood black, on the spotless shrine of peace. Lift up thy torch, O year, make clear our sight. Deep lies the night around us, and God grants us little light.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Poet of the Sierras by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. How shall I greet him who seems to me the greatest of our singers, as one who hears Sierra streams, and, gazing under arching fingers, feels all the eagle feels that screams, the savage dreams, what time he lingers. Son of the West, out of the West we heard thee sing, who still allurest, that land where God sits manifest, that land where man stands freest, surest, that land our wildest and our best, the grandest and the purest. Wild hast thou sung, as some strange bird, of gold and men and peaks that glistened, of seas and stars, and we have heard. And one whose soul cried out and listened, he sends his young, unworthy word to thee, the Master's hand hath christened.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
America by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Behold her stand with power thunder-lipped, and eagle thoughts that soar above the storm, convulsing ledges of the mountain wrong. Beside her Liberty, whose sword is tipped with lightning, towering a majestic form, her voice like battle in a freedom song. America, what hates may soil thy hands? What kingdoms face with insult thy bold brow? Oppressions brave the anger in thine eyes. Behind thee dies the darkness from the lands. Before thee mounts the glory of the now. Around thee sit the sessions of the skies. Thine is the land where progress leans to heed the lessons taught of heaven and of God, the golden texts of morning and of night. The science of thy soul hath taught thee speed. No precedent of nations makes thee nod. Brow bound with bolts, thy feet are shod with light. America, beneath thy iron heel, what old world tyrannies that crushed the poor writhe out their lives, abolished in their ire. Around thine arms, wrapped strong in fourfold steel, what old world injuries have failed to moor barks thou hast beaconed like a pillared fire? Thou speakest, and oppression's mists divide, and gyves of superstition and lust fall shattered from the world, and truth and love assume their places, beautiful in pride, and stars spring up around them from the dust of hopes long fallen from above. Onward thou movest, Where thy steps are bent, the earth is civilized. The desert plain blossoms, is citied with vast industry. Behold, the pagan violence is spent. His idle ignorance is rent in twain before thy splendor that makes all men free. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Fathers of Our Fathers by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Written February 24th, 1898, on reading the latest news concerning the battleship Mene, blown up in Havana Harbor, February 15th. The fathers of our fathers, they were men. What are we who now stand idle, while we see our seamen slain, who behold our flag dishonored, and still pause? Are we blind to her duplicity, the treachery of Spain, to the rights she scorns of nations and their laws? Let us rise, a mighty people, let us wipe away the stain. Shall we wait till she defile us for a cause? The fathers of our fathers, they were men. The fathers of our fathers, they were men. Had they nursed delay as we do, had they sat thus deaf and dumb, with these cowards compromising year by year, never hearing what they should hear, never saying what should come, while the courteous mask of Spain still hid a sneer. No, such news had roused their natures like a rolling battle drum. God of earth and God of battles, do we fear? The fathers of our fathers, they were men. The fathers of our fathers, they were men. What are we who are so cautious, never venturing too far? Shall we, at the cost of honor, still keep peace, while we see the thousands starving, and the struggling Cuban star, and the outraged form of freedom on her knees? Let our long steel ocean bloodhounds, adamantine dogs of war, sweep the yellow Spanish panther from the seas. The fathers of our fathers, they were men.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mene, Tekel, Upharsin by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Behold, we have gathered together our battleships near and afar. Their decks they are cleared for action. Their guns they are shotted for war. From the east to the west there is hurry. In the north and the south a peal of hammers in fort and shipyard, and the clamor and clang of steel, and the roar and rush of engines, and clanking of derrick and crane. Thou art weighed in the scales, and found wanting, the balance of God, O Spain. Behold, I have stood on the mountains, and this was writ in the sky. She is weighed in the scales and found wanting, the balance God holds on high. The balance he once weighed Babylon, the mother of harlots, in. One scale holds thy pride, and thy power and empire, begotten of sin. Heavy with woe and torture, the crimes of 1,000 years, mortared and welded together with fire and blood and tears. In the other, for justice and mercy, a blade with never a stain, is laid the sword of liberty, and the balance dips, O Spain. Summon thy vessels together. Great is thy need of these. Cristobal Colon, Vizcaya, Oquendo, and Maria Therese. Let them be strong and many, for a vision I had by night, that the ancient wrongs thou hast done the world came howling to the fight. From the New World's shores they gathered, Inca and Aztec slain, to the Cuban shot but yesterday, and our own dead seamen, Spain. Summon thy ships together. gather a mighty fleet, for a strong young nation is arming that never hath known defeat. Summon thy ships together, there by thy blood-stained sands, for a shadowy army gathers with manacled feet and hands, a shadowy host of sorrows and shames, too black to tell, that reach with their horrible wounds for thee to drag thee down to hell. A myriad phantoms and spectres thou warrest against in vain. Thou art weighed in the scales and found wanting, the balance of God, O Spain. May 1898. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Under the Stars and Stripes by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. High on the world did our fathers of old, under the stars and stripes, blazon the name that we now must uphold, under the stars and stripes. Vast in the past they have builded an arch, over which freedom has lighted her torch. Follow it, come, let us march under the stars and stripes. We in whose bodies the blood of these runs, under the stars and stripes, we will acquit us as sons of their sons, under the stars and stripes. Ever for justice, our heel upon wrong, we in the might of our vengeance thrice strong, rally together, come marching along, under the stars and stripes. Out of our strength and a nation's great need, under the stars and stripes, heroes again as of old we shall breed, under the stars and stripes. Broad to the winds be our banner unfurled, straight from our guns let defiance be hurled. God on our side, we will battle the world, under the stars and stripes. May 1898. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Our Cause by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Lord God, who made Spain's vessels melt before the flame our squadrons dealt, and Santiago's mountain belt rock near and far, with thunder of our ships of keel, keep us still humble, help us kneel in prayer with hearts as great to heal, as strong in war. When turret booms to turret, when the steam goes up of battle, then, Lord God, we pray thee, keep our men till all is o'er. Should pride of conquest then mislead our House and Senate, Lord, we plead keep thou our cause as clean of greed as 'twas before. And when the batteries there of Spain from shore and headland hurricane their roaring sleet and crashing rain of shell and shot, when drums beat up and bugles blow, and rank on rank we face the foe, in life and death, in joy and woe, forget us not. Not for ourselves we pray to thee, but for the cause of liberty. Lord God, let old oppression see how o'er her coasts our eagle's fierce, majestic form soars through the lightning and the storm, beneath thy all-protecting arm, Lord God of hosts. July 4th, 1898. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Afterword by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. The old enthusiasms are dead, quite dead in me. Dead the aspiring spasms of art and poesy that opened magic chasms once of wild mystery in youth's rich Araby. Aladdin wondrous chasms. The longing and the care are mine, and helplessly the heartache and despair for what can never be, more than my mortal share of sad mortality. It seems God gives to me more than my mortal share. O world, O time, O fate, remorseless trinity, let not your wheel abate its iron rotary. Turn round, nor make me wait, bound to it neck and knee, hope's final agony. Turn round, nor make me wait. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Poems of Forest and Field. Proem by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. They took him into confidence, each oak of the far forest, and all day he sat hearing of nature from an autocrat, an oak, so old Dodona might have spoke its infant oracles through it, that part of the oracular beauty of the gods, yet irresponsible, down in its heart still felt the rapture of their periods. They took him into confidence. The skies, and all night long he lay beneath one star, hearing of God, one that was chorister at earth's first morning, that beheld fierce eyes of rebel angels and the birth of hell, whom God set over Eden and o'er them, the two, as destiny that did foretell how Christ lay born at far off Bethlehem. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hylas by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. I heard the hylas in the bottomlands, piping a reed note in the praise of spring. The south wind brought the music on its wing, as 'twere 100 strands of guttural gold smitten of elfin hands, or of sonorous silver struck by bands anviled within the earth, of labouring gnomes shaping some gem of worth, sounds that seemed to bid the wild flowers wake, unclose each dewy lid, and starrily shake sleep from their airy eyes, beneath the loam, and robed in dædal dyes, frail as the fluttering foam, in countless myriads rise. And in my city home I too, who heard their reedy word, awoke, and with my soul went forth to roam. And under glimpses of the cloudy white sky, my soul and I beheld her seat, Spring, among the woods, with bright attendants, 2 radiant maidens, the wind and sun, one robed in cadence, and one in white resplendence, working wild wonders with the solitudes. And thus it was, so it seemed to me, where she sat apart, fondling a bee, by some strange art, as in a glass down in her heart, my eyes could see what would come to pass, how in each tree, each blade of grass, dead though it seemed, still lived and dreamed life and perfume, colour and bloom, housed from the north like golden mirth, that she with jubilation would bring forth, astonishing earth. And thus it was I knew, that though the trees were barren of all buds, and all the woods of blossoms now, still their hoods and heads of blue and gold, and pink and pearl lay hidden in the mould. And in a day or two, when spring's fair feet came twinkling through the trees, their gold and blue, and pearl and pink in countless bands would rise, invading all these ways with loveliness, and to the skies in radiant rapture raise the fragile sweetness of 1,000 eyes, when every foot of soil would boast an ambuscade of blossoms, each green rood parade its flowery host, and every acre of the woods with little bird-like beaks of leaves and buds brag of its beauty, making bankrupts of our hearts of praise and beggar us of love. Here when the snow was flying and barren boughs were sighing in icy January, I stood like some grey tree, lonely and solitary. Now every spine and splinter of wood, washed clean of winter, by hill and canyon makes itself an intimate companion, a confidant, who whispers me the dreams that haunt its heart, and clothe it as with gleams. And lonely now no more I walk the mossy floor of woodlands, where each burgeoning leaf is matched, mated with music, triumphed o'er of building love and nestling song just hatched. washed of early rains, and rosed with ruddy stains, the boughs and branches now make ready for their raiment of green leaves and musk and myrrh, as if to greet her pomp, the heralds of her state, as 'twere with many a silvery trump the birds are singing, singing in all the world's elate. As o'er the hills, as 'twere from heaven's gate, with garments dewy clinging, comes spring, around whose way the budded woods are ringing with redbird and with bluebird and with thrush, while overhead on happy wings is swinging the swallow through the heaven's azure hush. And wren and sparrow, vireo and crow are busy with their nests, or high or low, in every tree it seems and every bush. The loamy odor of the turfy heat, breathed warm from every field and wood retreat, is as if spirits passed on flowery feet. That indescribable aroma of the woods one knows so well, reminding one of sylvan presences, clad on with lichen and with moss, that haunt and trail across the wood's dim dales and dells, their airy essences of racy nard and musk, wrapping at gummy husk and honeyed sheath of every leaf and flower that open to their knock, each at the appointed hour. And lo, where'er they go, behold a miracle too beautiful to tell. Where late the woods were bare, the red bud shakes its hair of flowering flame. The dogwood and the haw, voluble with bees, dazzle with pearl the shaw. And the broad maple crimsons, sunset red, through firmaments of forest overhead. And of its boughs the wild crab makes a lair, a rosy cloud of blossoms, for the bees, bewildered there, to traffic in, lulling itself with these. And in the whispering woods the wildflower multitudes rise, star and bell and bugle, all amort to everything save their own loveliness and the soft wind's caress. The wind that tiptoes through them, liverwort, spring beauty, windflower and bleeding heart, and bloodroot, holding low its cups of stainless snow. Sorrel and trillium, and the twin leaf too, twinkling like stars through dew, and patches, as it were, of saffron skies, ranunculus, and golden eyes of adder's tongue, and mines, it seems, of grottoed gold, the poppy calandines, and sapphire spilled bluets and violets, dark pansy violets and columbines, with rainy radiance filled, and many more whose names my mind forgets, but not my heart. The nations of the flowers, making gay in every place and part, with pomp and pageantry of absolute beauty, all the worlds of woods, in congregated multitudes, assemble where unearthly colours all the oaks put on, velvet and silk and vair, vermeil and mauve and fawn, dim and auroral as the hues of dawn. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Wind and Cloud by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Wind and Cloud, a March Voluntary. Winds that cavern heaven and the clouds and canyon with cerulean blue, great rifts down which the storming sunlight crowds like some bright seraph who, mailed in intensity and silver mail, flashes his splendor over hill and vale. Now tramp tremendous the loud forest through, or now, like mighty runners in a race that swing long pace to pace, sweep round the hills, fresh as at dawn's first start. They swept, dew dripping from the crystal crimson ruby of her heart, shouting the dim world dumb, and with their passage the gray and green of the earth's washed clean, and the cleansing breath of their might its wings, and warm aroma we know as springs, and sap and strength to her bourgeonings. My brow I bare to the cool clean air that blows from the crests of the clouds that stroll pearl piled and berged as flows of northern seas, banked gray and thunder low, big in the heavens' peace. Clouds born from nowhere that we know, with nowhere for their goal, with here and there a silvery glow Of sunlight chasming deeps of sombre snow, Great gulfs that overflow with sky, a sapphire blue, Or opal sapphire kissed, wide welled and deep, And swiftly rifting through stratas of streaming mist, Each opening like a pool, serene, cerule, Set round with crag-like clouds, mid which its eye gleams cool. That blue is bluer than the bluebird's blue. 'Tis as if heaven itself sat on its wings, As if the sky in miniature it bore The fields and forests through, bringing the very heaven to our door. The daybreak of its back soft wedded to the sunset auburn of its throat that sings. The dithyrambics of the wind and rain Strive to, but cannot drown its strain. Again and yet again I hear it where the maples tassel red, And blossoms of the crab round out o'erhead, And catkins make the willow break, A gossamer blur around the lake That lately was a stream, a little stream Locked in its icy dream. Invisible crystals of Ariel ring. Against the wind I hear the bluebird fling Its notes, and where the oak's mauve leaves uncurl I catch the skyey glitter of its wing that lures me like some magic charm Far in the woods and shadowy solitudes. And where the purple hills stretch under purple and pearl Of clouds that sweep and swirl, its music seems to take material form, a form that beckons with cerulean arm And bids me see and follow, where in the violet hollow There at the wood's far turn, on starry moss and fern, She shimmers, glimmering like a rainbowed shower, The spirit of spring, diaphanous limbed, Who stands with honeysuckle hands sowing the earth with many a firstling flower, Footed with fragrance of their blossoming, And clad in heaven as is the bluebird's wing. The tumult and the booming of the trees, Shaken with shoutings of the winds of March, No mightier music have I heard than these, The rocking and the rushing of the trees, The organ thunder, the forest's arch. And in the wind their columned trunks become Each one a mighty pendulum, Swayed to and fro as if in time To some vast song, some roaring rhyme, Wind shouted from sonorous hill to hill. The woods are never still. The dead leaves frenzy by, innumerable and frantic as the dance That whirled its madness once beneath the sky In ancient Greece, like withered corybanths. And I am caught and carried with their rush, Their countless panic borne away, A brother to the wind, through the deep gray Of the old beech wood, where the wild March day Sits dreaming, filling all the boisterous hush With murmurous laughter and swift smiles of sun, Conspiring in its heart, and plotting how To load with leaves and blossoms every bough, And whispering to itself, "Now spring's begun, And soon her flowers shall golden through these leaves. Away, ye sightless things and sere, Make room for that which shall appear, The glory and the gladness of the year, The loveliness my eye alone perceives. Still hidden there beneath the covering leaves My song shall awaken, flowers that this floor Of whispering woodlands soon shall carpet o'er For my sweet sister's feet to tread upon, Months kinder than myself. The stern and strong, tempestuous loving one, Whose soul is full of wild tumultuous song, And whose rough hand now thrusts itself among the dead leaves, Groping for the flowers that lie huddled beneath, Each like a sleep closed eye, Gold adder's tongue and pink oxalis, Snow pale bloodroot blooms, May apple hoods that parasol the brinks, Screaming their moons of the slim woodland stream. And as wild iris, trillium, white as stars, And bluebells dream on dream, With harsh hand groping in the glooms, I grasp their slenderness and shake Their lovely eyes awake, Dispelling from their souls the sleep that mars, With heart disturbing jars clasping their forms, And with rude finger tips through the dark rain that drips, Lifting them shrinking to my stormy lips. Already spicewood and sassafras Like fragrant flames begin To tuft their boughs with topaz, ere they spin Their beryl canopies, a glimmering mass, Mist blurred above the deepening grass. Already where the old beech stands, Clutching the lean soil as it were with hands Taloned and twisted, on its trunk a knot, A huge excrescence, a great fungus clot Like some enormous and distorting wart. My eyes can see how blot on beautiful blot of blue the violets blur through the musky and the loamy rot of leaf-pierced leaves, and heaven in their hue, a sunbeam at each blossom's heart. The little bluets, crew on azure crew, prepare their myriads for invasion too. And in my soul I see how soon shall rise, still hidden to men's eyes, dim as the wind that round them treads, hosts of spring beauty streaked with rosy reds, and pale anemones whose airy heads as to some fairy rhyme all day shall nod in delicate time. And now, even now, white petal on peal of pearly bells that in bare boughs conceal themselves, like snowy music, chime on chime, the huckleberries to my gaze reveal, clusters that soon shall toss above this green-starred moss that like an emerald fire gleams across the forest side, and from its moist deep lifts slim wire-like stems of seed, or lichen-colored glows with many a bead of cup-like blossoms, carpets where I read, when through the night's dark rifts the moonlight's glimpsing splendor sifts, the immortal forms with moonbeam beckoning arms of fable and romance, myths that are born of whispers of the wind and foam of falling waters, music twinned, shall lead the legendary dance, the dance that never stops, of earth's wild beauty on the green hilltops. The youth, the beauty and disdain of birth, death does not know, compel my heart with longing like to pain, when the spring breezes blow, the fragrance and the heat of their soft breath, whose musk makes sweet each woodland way, each wild retreat, seems saying in my ear, hark and behold, before a week be gone this barren woodside and this leafless wold, a million flowers shall invade, with argent and azure, pearl and gold, like rainbow fragments scattered of the dawn, here making bright, here wan, each foot of earth, each glen and glimmering glade, each rood of windy wood, where late gaunt winter stood, shaggy with snow and howling at the sky, where even now the springtime seems afraid to whisper the beauty she designs, the flowery campaign that she now outlines within her soul, her heart's conspiracy to take the world with loveliness, defy and then o'erwhelm the death that winter throned amid the trees, with love that she hath owned since God informed her from his very breath, giving her right triumph over death. And irresistible, her heart's deep ecstasy shall swell, taking the form of flower, leaf, and blade, invading every dell, and sweeping surge on surge around the world like some exultant raid, even to the heaven's verge. Soon shall her legions storm death's ramparts, planting life's fair standard there, the banner which her beauty hath in care, beauty that shall eventuate with all the pomp and pageant and the state, that are part of power, and that wait on majesty, to which it too is heir. Already bluish pink and green the blood-roots, buds, and leaves are seen, clumped in dim cirques, one from the other hardly distinguished in the shadowy smother of last year's leaves, blown brown between, and piercing through the layers of dead leaves. The searching eye perceives the dog's tooth violet, pointed needle keen, lifting its beak of mottled green, while near it heaves the May-apple, its umbrous spike a ball, like to a round green beam, and folds its blossom, topping its tight-closed parasol. The clustered bluebell near hollows its azure ear, low leaning to the earth as if to hear the sound of its own growing, and perfume flowing into its bloom. And softly there the twin-leaf stem prepare pale tapers of transparent white, as if to light the spirit of beauty through the wood's green night. Why does nature love the number 5? 5 whorled leaves and 5 tipped flowers. Haply the bee in the voluble rose, laboring aye to store its hive, and humming away the long noon hours. Haply it knows as it comes and goes, or haply the butterfly or moth of pansy dye, flitting from bloom to bloom in the forest's violet gloom, it knows why. Or the irised fly, to whom each bud as it glitters near lends eager and ardent ear, and also tell why nature loves so well to prank her flowers in gold and blue. Haply the dew that lies so close to them the whole night through, hugged to each honeyed heart, perhaps the dew the secret could impart. Or haply now the bluebird there that bears, glad, unawares, God's sapphire on its wings, the lapis lazuli of the clean clear sky, the heaven of which he sings. Haply he too could tell me why, or the maple there that swings to the wind's soft sigh, its winglets crystal red, a rainy ruby twinkling overhead. Or haply now the wind that breathes of rain amid the rosy boughs it could explain. And even now in words of mystery that haunt the heart of me, low whispered, dim and bland, tells me, but tells in vain, and strives to make me see and understand, delaying where the feldspar fire of the violet breaks, and the starred myrtle arches with heavenly blue, and the frail windflower shakes its trembling tresses in the opal air. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. In Solitary Places by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. The hurl and hurry of the winds of March that tore the ash and bowed the pine and larch, and filled the nights with rushings, like the crew of the wild huntsman, and the days with hue and cry of storm, soft in the heaven's porch have laid them down. Loud winds that trampled through the forest with enormous scythe-like sweep, and from the darkened deep the battlemented heavens, thunder blue, rumble the arch, the rocking arch of all the booming oaks, with stormy chariot spokes, chariots from which wild bugles blasts they blew in warlike challenge. Now the windflower sweet misses the fury of their ruining feet, the trumpet thunder of resistless flight, crashing and vast, obliterating light, sweeping the skeleton madness down of last year's leaves, and overhead hurrying the giant foliage of night. Gaunt clouds that streamed with tempest, now each crown of ancient woods that clamored with their tread. The frenzy of their passage stoops no more, hearing no more their clarion command, their chariot hurl and the wild whip in hand, no more, no more the forests rock and roar and tumult with their shoutings. Hushed and still is the green gleaming and the sunlit hill, along whose sides flushing the dewy moss and rainy grass, beneath the topaz tinted sassafras, pale aromatic as some orient wine, the violet flare of the bluet glides, the amaranthine flame of sorrel and bluebell runs, and through the drabs and duns of rotting leaves and mooned celandine, line upon lovely line, deliberate goldens into birth, and ruby and rose the moccasin flower hides, innumerable flowers with which she writes her name, April, upon the page. The winter withered parchment of old earth, her fragrant autograph that gives its worth and loveliness that take away its age. Here where the woods are wet, the blossoms of the dog's-tooth violet seem meteors in a miniature firmament of wild flowers, where with rainy sound and scent of breeze and blossom dim the April went. Their tongue-like leaves of umber mottled green, so thickly seen, seem dropping words of gold, inaudible syllables of a magic old. Beside them, near the wahoo bush and haw, blooms the hepatica, its slender flowers upon swaying stems, lifting chaste solitary blooms, astral and twilight colored, frail as gems that star the diadems of elves and sylvans, piercing pale of the glooms. Or like the wands, the torches of the fays, that link lone leafy ways with slim uncertain rays. The fairy people, whom no eye may see, busy, so legend says, with budding bough and leafing tree, the blossom's heart o' honey, and honey sack o' the bee, and all dim thoughts and dreams that take the form of flowers, as it seems, and haunt the banks of greenwood streams, showing in every line and curve, commensurate with our love and intimacy, a smiling confidence or sweet reserve. There at that leafy turn of trailered rocks rise fronds of hart's-tongue fern, fronds that may fancy names, uncurling gleeds of emerald and gold, whose feathering flames were kindled in the musky mold. And now, as stealthy as the graying morn, thorn upon woolly thorn, build up and silently unfold faint cool green fires that burn uneagerly and spread around, an elfin light above the ground, like that green rayless glow a spirit lamped with crystal makes below in dripping caves of labyrinthine moss, or grottos of the weedy undertow. And in the underwoods around them toss the white hearts with their penciled leaves, that mid the shifting gleams and glooms, the interchanging shine and shade, seems some soft garment made by visionary hands that none perceives, hands busy with invisible looms of woodland shine and shade, a shadowy light whose figments interbraid, carpeting the woods with colors and perfumes. Or are they fragments left in flight, these flowers that scatter every glade with windy rippling white and breezy fluttering blue, of her wild gown that shone upon my sight a moment in the woods I wandered through? Aprils, who's fled this way? April, whom still I follow, whom still my dreams pursue, who leads me on by many a tangled clue of loveliness, until in some green hollow, born of her fragrance and her melody, but lovelier than herself and happier too, cradled in blossoms of the dogwood tree, my soul shall see, white as a sunbeam in the heart of day, the infant May. Up, up, my heart, and forth where none perceives. 'Twas this which that sweet lay meant, you heard in dreams. Come, let us make rich payment for every care that grieves, from nature's prodigal purse. 'Twas this that May meant by sending forth the wind which round our eaves whispered all night. Or was it the Spirit who weaves, from gold and glaucous green of early leaves, spring's regal raiment? Up, up, my heart, and forth where none perceives. Come, let us forth, my heart, where none divines, into far woodland places, where we may meet the fair assembled races beneath the guardian pines. Of May's first flowers, poppy celandine, and starry trilliums, bugled columbines, with which her hair, her radiant hair, she twines, and loops and laces. Come, let us forth, my heart, where none divines. Forth, forth, my heart, and let us find our dreams, there where they haunt each hollow. Dreams luring us with oread feet to follow, with flying feet of beams, fleeter and lighter than the fleetest swallow. Dreams holding us with dryad glooms and gleams, with naiad eyes far stiller than still streams, that have beheld and still reflect, it seems, the god Apollo. Forth, forth, my heart, and let us find our dreams. Out, out, my heart, the world is white with spring. Long have our dreams been pleaders, now let them be our firm but gentle leaders. Come, let us forth and sing among the amber emerald tufted cedars, and balm of Gilead's cottonwoods, a swing like giant censers that from leaf cusps fling balsams of gummy gold, bewildering the winds their feeders. Out, out, my heart, the world is white with spring. Up, up, my heart, and all thy hope put on. Array thyself in splendor, like some bright dragonfly, some mayfly slender, the irised lamel's dawn of thy new armor, and where burns the center, refulgent, of the opening rose of dawn, spread thy wild wings, and ere the hour be gone, bright as a blast from some bold clarion, thy dream world enter. Up, up, my heart, and all thy hope put on. And then I heard it singing, the wind that touched my hair, a song of wild expression, a song that called in session the wildflowers sweetly swinging, the wildflowers lightly flinging their tresses to the air. And first beneath a bramble arch the bloodroot rose, each bloom a torch of hollow snow, within which bright the calyx grottoed golden light. Hepatica and bluet and gold corydalis arose as to an aria, then wild phlox and dentaria, in rapture ere they knew it, trooped forward, nodding to it, faint as a first star is. And then a music, to the ear inaudible, I seemed to hear, a symphony that seemed to rise and speak in colors to the eyes. I saw the Jacob's ladder ring violet peal on peal of perfume, azure swinging, the bluebell slimly ringing its purple chimes, and gladder, green note on note, the madder bells of the Solomon's seal. Now very near, now faintly lost, I saw their fragrant music tossed, mixed dimly with white interludes of trilliums starring cool the woods. Then choral, solitary, I saw the celandine, smite bright its golden cymbals, the starwort shake its timbrels, the white hart's horns of fairy, with many a flourish airy, and lo, my soul seemed to draw by cords of loveliness and awe into a fairy world afar, where all man's dreams and longings are. And then a spirit looked down at me out of the deeps of the opal morn. Its eyes were blue as a sunlit sea, and young with the joy of a star that has just been born. And I seemed to hear with my soul the rose of its cool mouth say, long I lay, high on the hills of the break of day, wherever the light is green and gray, and the gleam of the moon is a silvery spray, and the stars are glimmering bubbles. Now from the hills of the break of day I come on a rainbow ray, to laugh and sparkle, to leap and play, and blow from the face of the world away, like mists, its griefs and troubles. And now that the dawn is everywhere, let us take this path through this wild green place, where the rattlesnake weed shows its yellow face, and the lichens cover the rocks with lace, where tannin tinct is the woodland air. Let us take this path through the oaks, where thin the low leaves whisper, the day is fair, and waters murmur, come in, where you can hark to our waterfalls, and the wind of their foam can play with your hair, and soothe away care. Come here, where our water calls. Berry blossoms that seem to flow as the winds blow, blackberry blossoms swing and sway to and fro along the way, like ocean spray on a breezy day, over the green of the grass as foam on the green of the bay, when the world is white and green with the white and the green of May. The dewberries are blooming now, the days are long, the nights are short. Each haw tree and each dogwood bough is bleached with bloom, and seems a part, reflected palely on her brow, of dreams that haunt the year's young heart. But this will pass, and presently the world forget the spring that was, and underneath the wild plum tree, mid hornet hum and wild bees buzz, summer in dreary reverie will sit all warm and amorous. Summer with drowsy eyes and hair, who walks the orchard aisles between, whose hot touch tends the freckled pear, and crimsons peach and nectarine, and in the vineyard everywhere bubbles with blue the grapes' ripe green. Where now the briars blossoming are, soon will the berries darkly glow. Then summer pass, and star on star, where now the grass is strewn below with petals, soon both near and far will lie the obliterating snow. But now the bluets blooming, the bluets brightly blue, o'er which the bees go booming, drunk with the honey dew, from woodways which they strew, make eyes of love at you. O slender Quaker ladies, with eyes of heavenly hue, who, where the mossy shade is, hold quiet Quaker meeting, now tell me, is it true that these wild bees are raiders? Bold, gold gallooned raiders, gold belted ambassadors? Or are they serenaders, your gold hipped serenaders, that, to your ears repeating old ballads, come to woo and win the hearts of you, the golden hearts of you? And hear the bells of the huckleberries toss, so it seems, in time, delicate, tenderly white, thick by the wild woodway, cluster swinging, it seems, inaudible peals of rhyme, music visibly dropped from the virginal lips of May, crystally dropped, so it seems, bar upon blossoming bar, pendant pensively pale, star upon hollowed star. The star-flower now that disks with gold the woodland moss, the forest grass, already in a day is old, already doth its beauty pass. Soon, undistinguished with the mould, 'twill mingle, and 'twill mix, alas, the bluet too, that spreads its skies, its little heavens at our feet. And crowfoot bloom, that with soft eyes of amber now our eyes doth greet, shall fade and pass, and none surmise how once they made the Maytime sweet. But the crowfoot bloom still trails its gold along the edges of the oak wood old, and there, where spreads the pond still white, are seen the lilies islanded between the pads round archipelagos of green, the jade dark pads that pave the water's wrinkled wave, in which the vireo and the sparrow lave their fluttered breasts and wings, preening their backs with many twitterings, with neck and moisture streaks, then dipping deep their beaks, to which the beaded coolness clings, they bend their mellow throats, and let the freshness trickle into notes. And now you hear the red-capped woodpecker rapt near, and now the acrobat, the yellow-breasted chat, calls high and clear, chuckling his grotesque music from some bough that he hath clomb. And now, upon another bough, hark how the honey-throated thrush scatters the forest's listening hush with notes of limpid harmony, taking the woods with witchery. Or is it a spirit none can see, hid on the top of some old tree, who in his house of leaves of haunted green keeps trying silver-sweet his sunbeam flute serene? And then as I listened I seemed to see, out of the sunset's ruin of gold, a presence, a spirit look down at me, with eyes that were grave with the grief of a world grown old. And I seemed to hear with my soul the flame of its sad mouth sigh, "Now goodbye, now goodbye, down to the caves and night go I, where a shadowy couch of the purple sky, that the moon and the starlight curtain high, is spread for my joy and sorrow. Down to the caves of the night go I, where side by side with mystery and all the yesterdays I'll lie, and where from my body before I die will be born the young tomorrow." And here where the dusk steals on, you see, violet mantled from tree to tree, the milkwort spike of lavender hue, of rosy blue, tipped by the weight of a passing bee, nods like a goblin nightcap, slim, sedate, that night shall tassel with the dew, beneath a canopy of rose and rue. And as the purple state of twilight crowds the sunset's crimson gate, now one, now two, drifting the oak's dark vistas through, the screech owl's cry of "Who, oh who stays so late?" drops like a challenge down to you. The silence deepens, it seems so still, that if you laid to the tree your ear, you too might hear its great roots growing into the hill. Or there on the twig of the oak tree tall, the gray-green egg in the gray-green gall split, and the little roundworm and white that grows to a gnat in a summer night uncurl in its nest as it dreams of flight. In the heart of the weed that grows near by, if you laid your ear to a leaflet near, you too might hear, if you too would try, the little gray worm that becomes a fly, a gray woodfly, a rainbowed fly, as it feels a yearning for wings within, minute of movement steadily, as a leaf bud pushes from forth a tree, under the milk of its larval skin, the outward pressure of wings begin. Far off a vesper sparrow lifts its song, lost in the woods that now are beryl wan. The path is drowned in dusk, is almost gone, where now a fox or rabbit steals along. Dark is each vine-roofed hollow where, withdrawn, the creek fog sounds his guttural gong, like some squat dwarf or gnome seated upon his temple's oozy dome, summoning the faithful unto prayer, musin like the worshippers of the moon, the insect people of the earth and air, who join him in his twilight tune. Along the path where the lizard hides, in instant shadow the spider glides, the hairy spider that haunts the way, crouching black by its earth-bored hole, an insect ogre that lairs with the mole, hungry, seeking its insect prey, fast to follow and swift to slay. And over your hands and over your face the cobweb brushes its phantom lace. And now from many a stealthy place, woolly winged and gossamer gray, the forest moths come fluttering, marked and mottled with lichen hues, seal soft umbers and downy blues, dark as the bark to which they cling. Now in the hollow of a hill, like a glowworm held in a giant hand, under the sunset's last red band, and one star hued like a daffodil, the windowed lamp of a cabin glows. The charcoal burners, whose hut is poor but always open, beside whose door an oak grows gnarled and a pine stands slim, clean of soul though of feature grim. Here he houses where no one knows, his only neighbors the cawing crows that make a roost of the pine's top limb. His only friend the fiddle he bows, as he sits at his door in the eve's repose, making it chuckle and sing and speak, lovingly pressed to his swarthy cheek. And over many a route, through flowers and weeds, past lonely places where the raccoon breeds, by many a rock and water lying dim, roofed with the briar and the bramble rose, under a star and the new moon's rim, downward the woodway leads to him, down where his lone lamp gleams and glows, a pencil slim of marigold light under leaf and limb. Ere that small sisterhood of misty stars, the Pleiades, consents to grace the sky, while still through sunset's golden cinnabars the evening star, like an Aladdin eye of bright enchantment, at the day's last hour looks downward from its twilight-builded tower. Listen, and you may hear, now low, now high, a voice, a summons fainter than a flower. There is a fellowship so still and sweet, a brotherhood that speaks unwordable in every tree, in every stream you meet. The soul is fain to dream beneath its spell, and heart admitted to their presence there, those intimacies of the earth and air. I shall hear songs too wonderful to tell, too deep to interpret, and more sweet than prayer. And you may see the things that are unseen, and hear the things that never have been heard. The whisper of the woods in gray and green will walk by you, its heart a wildwood bird, or by your side in hushed and solemn wise the silence sit, and clothed in glimmering dyes of pearl and purple, with a sunset word, the dusk steal to you with tenebrious eyes. Then through the ugliness that toils in night, uncouth, obscure, that hates the glare of day, dull things that pierce the earth, avoid the light, and hide themselves in clamminess and clay. The dumb, ungainly things that make a home of mud and mire, they hill and honeycomb. Through these, perhaps, in some mysterious way, beauty may speak fairer than wind-wild foam. Not as it speaks, an eagle message, drawn in starry vastness from night's labyrinths, not uttering itself from forth to dawn in egret hues, nor from the cloud-built plinths of sunset splendor speaking burningly unto the spirit, nor from flowers the bee makes mouths of musk, of cymes and hyacinths, but from the things that type humility, from things despised, even from the crawfish there, hollowing its house of ooze, a wet vague sound of sleepy slime, or from the mole, whose lair blind-tunneled corridors the earth around, beauty may draw her truths, as draws its wings the butterfly from the dull worm that clings cocoon and chrysalis, and from the ground address the soul through even senseless things. The soul that oft hath heard the tree's huge roots fumble the darkness, clutching at the soil, the bird-like beaks of the imprisoned shoots peck through the bark and into the leaves uncoil, hath heard the buried seed split through its pod, groping its blind way up to light and God. The fungus, laboring with gnome-like toil, heaves slow its white orb through the encircling sod. The winds and waters, stars and streams and flowers, the very stones have tongues. The moss and fern and even lichen speak. This world of ours is eloquent with things that bid us learn to pierce appearances, and so to mark within the rock and underneath the bark, heard through some inward sense, the dreams that turn outward to light and beauty from the dark. Then it came to pass, as I gazed on space, that I met with mystery face to face. Within her eyes my wondering soul beheld the eons past, the eons yet to come at cosmic labor, and the stars that swell flaming or nebulous from the darkness dumb, in their appointed places, world and sun, I saw were truths made visible, whose sum proclaimed one truth, the word of Him, the One. And it came to pass as I went my ways that I met with beauty face to face. Within her eyes my worshipping spirit saw the moments busy with the dreams whence spring earth's loveliness, and all things that awe man's soul with their perfection. Everything that buds and burgeons, blossoming above, I saw were letters of enduring law, whose chapters make the beautiful book of love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Manhunt by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. The woods stretch deep to the mountainside, and the brush is wild where a man may hide. They have brought the bloodhounds up again to the roadside rock where they found the slain. They have brought the bloodhounds up, and they have taken the trail to the mountain way. 3 times they circled the trail and crossed, and thrice they found it, and thrice they lost. Now straight through the trees and the underbrush they follow the scent through the forest's hush. And their deep-mouthed bay is a pulse of fear in the heart of the wood that the man must hear. The man who crouches among the trees, from the stern-faced men who follow these. A huddle of rocks that the ooze has mossed, and the trail of the hunted again is lost. An upturned pebble, a bit of ground a heel has trampled, the trail is found, and the woods re-echo the bloodhounds bay as again they take to the mountain way. A rock, a ribbon of road, a ledge with a pine tree clutching its crumbling edge, a pine that the lightning long since clave, whose huge roots hollow a ragged cave. A shout, a curse, and a face aghast, and the human quarry is laired at last. The human quarry with clay-clogged hair and eyes of terror who waits them there, that glares and crouches, and rising then hurls clods and curses at dogs and men, until the blow of a gun-butt lays him stunned and bleeding upon his face. A rope, a prayer, and an oak tree near, and a score of hands to swing him clear. A grim black thing for the setting sun, and the moon and the stars to look upon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Forest of Shadows by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Nemo. Deep in the hush of a mighty wood, I came to a place of dread and dream, and forms of shadows whose shapes elude the searching swords of the sun's dim gleam, builders of silence and solitude. And there, where a glimmering water crept from rock to rock with a slumberous sound, tired to tears on the mossy ground, under a tree I lay and slept. Was it the heart of an olden oak? Was it the soul of a flower that died? Or was it the wild rose there that spoke, the wilding lily that palely sighed? For all, on a sudden, it seemed I awoke, and the leaves and the flowers were all intent on a visible something of light and bloom, a presence felt as a wild perfume, or beautiful music that came and went. And all the grief I had known was gone, and all the anguish of heart and soul, and the burden of care that had made me wan, lifted and left me young and whole, as once in the flush of my youth's dead dawn. And lo, it was night, and the oval moon, a silvery spectre, paced the wood, and there in its light, like snow she stood, as starry still as a star aswoon. At first I thought that I looked into a shadowy water of violet, where the faint reflection of one I knew, long dead, gazed up from its mirror wet, till she smiled in my face as the living do, till I felt her touch and heard her say, in a voice as still as a rose unfolds, "You have come at last, now nothing holds. Give me your hand, let us wander away. Let us wander away through the shadow wood, through the shadow wood to the shadow land, where the trees have speech and the blossoms brood like visible music, and, hand in hand, the winds and the waves go rainbow-hued, wherever the voice of beauty sighs, and ever the dance of dreams goes on, where nothing grows old, and the dead and gone, and the loved and the lost smile into your eyes. Let us wander away, let us wander away. Do you hear them calling, come here and live? Do you hear what the trees and the flowers say, wonderful, wild, and imperative, hushed as the hues of the dawn of day? They say, your life that was rose and rue, in a world of shadows where all things die, where beauty is dust and love a lie, is ended. Come, we are waiting for you. And she took my hand, and the trees around seemed whispering something I dared not hear, and the taciturn flowers that strewed the ground seemed thinking something I felt with fear, a beautiful something that made no sound. And she led me on through the forest old, where the moon and the midnight stood on guard, sentinel spirits that shimmered the sward, silver and sable and glimmer and gold. And then in a moment I knew what the trees had whispered, the winds had said, what the flowers had thought in their hearts of dew, and the stars had syllabled overhead. And she bent above me and smiled. "'Tis true, heart of my heart, you have heard aright. Look in my eyes and draw me near. Look in my face and have no fear. Heart of my heart, you died tonight." End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Rose Leaves When the Rose is Dead by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. See how the rose leaves fall, the rose leaves fall and fade, and by the wall in shade funeral, how leaf on leaf is laid, withered and soiled and frayed. How red the rose leaves fall, and in the ancient trees that stretch their ghostly arms about the hall, burdened with mysteries, how sadly sighs the breeze. How soft the rose leaves fall, the rose leaves fall and lie, while over them dull slugs and beetles crawl, and palely glimmering by the glowworm trails its eye. How thick the rose leaves fall, and strew the garden way, for snails to slime and spotted toads to sprawl, and plodding past each day coarse feet to tread in clay. How fast they fade and fall, where beauty carved in stone, with broken hands, veils her dead eyes, and tall white in the moonlight lone, stands like a marble moan. How slow they drift and fall, and strew the fountained pool, that in the nymph carved basin by the wall reflects, in darkness cool, ruin made beautiful. How red the rose leaves fall, and like blood remain upon the dial's disk, whose pedestal, black mossed and dark with stain, crumbles in sun and rain. How dim they seem to fall around one where she stands, deep in their midst, beyond the year's recall, reaching pale, passionate hands into the past vague lands. How still the rose leaves fall around them that they meet, as oft of old, she in her gem-pinned shawl of white, and he complete in black from head to feet. How faint the rose leaves fall around them, where it seems he holds her clasped, parting from her, and all his heart's wild hopes and dreams there in the moon's pale beams. Around them rose leaves fall, and the stress and urge of winds that strew them wanly over all, with deep autumnal surge there floats a funeral dirge. See how the rose leaves fall upon thy dead, O soul, the rose leaves of the love that once in thrall held thee beyond control, making thy heart's world whole. God help them still to fall around thee, bowed above, the face within thy heart beneath the pall, the perished face thereof, the beautiful face of love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Music and Moonlight by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. White roses, like a mist, upon a terraced height, and mid the roses, opal, moonbeam kissed, a fountain, falling white, and as the full moon flows, orbed fire into a cloud, there is a fragrant sound, as if a rose sighed its sweet soul aloud. There is a whisper pale, as if a rose awoke, and having heard in sleep the nightingale, still dreaming of it, spoke. Now, as from some vast shell, a giant pearl rolls white. From the dividing cloud that winds compel, the moon sweeps big and bright. Moon mists and pale perfumes, wind wafted through the dusk, there was a sound as if unfolding blooms voiced their sweet thoughts in musk. A spirit is abroad of music and of sleep. The moon and mists have made for it a road adown the violet deep. It breathes a tale to me, a tale of ancient day, and like a dream again I seem to see those towers old and gray, that castle by the foam where once our hearts made moan, and through the night again you seem to come down statued stairs of stone. Again I feel your hair, dark, fragrant, deep and cool. You lift your face up, pale with its despair, and wildly beautiful. Again your form I strain, again unto my heart. Again your lips, again and yet again. I press, and then we part. As centuries ago we did in Camelot, where once we lived that life of bliss and woe, that you remember not, when you were Guinevere and I was Lancelot. I have remembered many and many a year, and you have forgot.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Awakening by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. God made that night of pearl and ivory perfect and holy as a holy thought, born of perfection, dreams, and ecstasy, in love and silence wrought. And she who lay where, through the casement falling, a moonlight clasped with arms of vapory gold her Danae beauty, seemed to hear a calling deep in the garden old. And then it seemed, through some strange sense, she heard the roses softly speaking in the night. Or was it but the nocturne of a bird, haunting the white moonlight? It seemed a fragrant whisper vaguely roaming from rose to rose, a language sweet that blushed, saying, "Who comes? Who is this swiftly coming, with face so dim and hushed?" And now we hear a wild heart beating. Whose heart is this that beats among our blooms? Whose every pulse in rapture keeps repeating wild words like wild perfumes? And then it ceased, and then she heard a sigh, as if a lily syllabled sweet scent. Or was it but the wind that silverly touched some stringed instrument? And then again a rumor she detected among the roses, words of musk and myrrh, saying, "He comes, the one she hath expected, who long hath sought for her, the one whose coming made her soul awaken, whose face is fragrance and whose feet are fire, the one by whom her being shall be shaken with dreams and deep desire." And then she rose, and to the casement hastened, and flung it wide, and leaning outward gazed. Above the night hung, moon and starlight chastened. Below, with shadows mazed, the garden bloomed. Around her and o'erhead all seemed at pause, save one wild star that streamed, one rose that fell. And then she sighed and said, "I must have dreamed, have dreamed." And then again she seemed to hear it speak, a moth that murmured of a star attained. Or was it but the fountain whispering weak, white where the moonbeams reigned? And still it grew, and still the sound insisted, louder and sweeter, burning into form, until at last a presence, starlight misted, it shone there rosy warm, crying, "Come down, Long have I watched and waited. Come down, draw near, or like some splendid flower let down thy hair, so I may climb as fated into thy heart's high tower. Lower, bend lower, so thy heart may hear me, thy soul may clasp me. Beautiful above all beautiful things, behold me, yea, draw near me. Behold, for I am love. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Vale of Tempe by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. All night I lay upon the rocks, and now the dawn comes up this way, one dark star trembling in her locks of rosy ray. I cannot tell the things I've seen, the things I have heard, I dare not speak. The dawn is breaking, gold and green, o'er vale and peak. My soul hath kept its tryst again with her, as once in ages past, in that lost life I know not when, which was my last. When she was Dryad, I was Faun, and alone we loved in Tempe's vale, where once we saw Endymion passion pale, where once we saw him clasp and meet among the pines, with kiss on kiss, moon breasted and most heavenly sweet, white Artemis, where often, Bacchus born, we heard the Maenad shout, wild revelling, and filled with witchcraft, past all word, the Limnad sing. Bloom-bodied mid the twilight trees, we saw the O-reed, who shone, fair as the forms Praxiteles carved out of stone. And oft, goat-footed in a glade, we marked the satyrs dance, and great, man-muscled like the oaks that shade Dodona's gate, fierce centaurs hoof a torrent's bank, with wind-tossed manes, or leap a crag, while swift the arrow in its flank swept by the stag, and minnow-white the naiad. There we watched foam-shouldered in her stream, wringing the moisture from her hair of emerald gleam. We saw the oak unclose and brown, sap-scented from its door of bark, the hamadryad young step down, all crouching dark within the oak's old heart. We felt her eyes that pierced the fibrous gloom, her breath that was the musk we smelt, the wild perfume. There is no flower that opens glad, wide eyes of dawn and sunset hue, as fair as the Limoniad we saw there too. That flower divinity rose born of sunlight and white dew, whose blood is fragrance, and whose heart of morn a crimson bud. There is no star that rises white to tiptoe down the deeps of dusk, sweet as the moony nymphs of night, with breasts of musk. We met among the mystery and hush of forests, where afar we watched their hearts beat glimmeringly, each heart a star. There is no beam that rays the marge of mist that trails from cape to cape, from panther-haunted gorge to gorge, bright as the shape of her, the one Euloniad, that, born of wind and grassy gleams, silvered upon our sight, dim-clad in foam of streams. All of these I saw again, or dreamed I saw, as there, ah me, upon the cliffs above the plain, in Thessaly, I lay, while Mount Olympus helmed its brow with moon effulgence deep, and far below, vague, overwhelmed with reedy sleep, Peneus flowed, and murmuring sighed, meseemed for its dead gods, whose ghosts through its dark forests seemed to glide in whispering hosts, mid whose pale shapes again I spoke with her, my soul, as I divine, dim 'neath some gnarled Olympian oak or Ossian pine, till down the slopes of heaven came those daughters of the dawn, the hours, clothed on with raiment blue of flame, and crowned with flowers. When she, with whom my soul once more had trysted, limbed of light and air, whom to my breast, as oft of yore, in Tempe there, when she was dryad, I was fawn, I clasped and held, and pressed and kissed, within my arms as broke the dawn, became a mist. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ballad of Low-Lie-Down by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Darrell Horton on January 21, 2019, in Columbia, South Carolina. John of Dreams and Harum Scarum came a-riding into town. At the sign o' the Jug and Jorum, there they met with Low-Lie-Down. Brave in shoes of Romany leather, bodice blue and gypsy gown, and a cup of fur and feather, in the inn sat Low-Lie-Down. Harum Scarum kissed her lightly, smiled into her eyes of brown, clasped her waist and held her tightly, laughing, "Lovely, Low-Lie-Down." Then with many an oath and swagger, as a man of great renown, on the board he clasped his dagger, called for sack and sat him down. So a while they laughed together, then he rose and with a frown sighed, "While still 'tis pleasant weather, I must leave thee, Low-Lie-Down." So away rode Harum Scarum, with a song rode out of town. At the sign o' the Jug and Jorum, weeping lingered Low-Lie-Down. Then this John o' Dreams in tatters, in his pocket near a crown, touched her, saying, "Wench, what matters? Dry your eyes, and come, sit down. Here's my hand, we'll roam together, far away from Thorpe in town. Here's my heart, for any weather, and my dreams, too, Low-Lie-Down. Some men call me dreamer, poet, some men call me fool and clown. What I am but you shall know it, only you, sweet Low-Lie-Down." For a little while she pondered, smiled, then said, "Let care go drown," rose and kissed him. Forth they wandered, John o' Dreams and Low-Lie-Down. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Vagabonds by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Darrell Horton on January 21, 2019, in Columbia, South Carolina. Vignette 1. It's ho, when howl trees blow, among the hills that springtime thrills, when huckleberries, row on row, hang out their blossom bells of snow, around the rills that music fills, when howl trees blow among the hills. It's ho, oh let us go, my love and I, where fancy wills. Vignette 2. It's hey, when daisies sway, among the meads with summer speeds, when ripeness bends each fruited spray, and harvest wafts adown the day, the feathered seeds of golden weeds, when daisies sway among the meads. It's hey, oh let's away, my heart and I, where longing leads. Vignette 3. It's ah, when red leaves fly, and strew the ways where autumn strays, when round the beach and chestnut lie, the sturdy burrs where creeks run dry, and frost and haze turn golds to grays, when red leaves fly and strew the ways. It's ah, oh let us hie, my love and I, where dreaming says. Vignette 4. Wassail, when snow and hail make white the lands where winter stands, when wild winds from the forest flail the last dead leaves, and in the gale the trees wring hands in ghostly bands, when snow and hail make white the lands. Wassail, oh let us trail, my heart and I, where love commands. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Revealment by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. A sense of sadness in the golden air, a pensiveness that has no part in care, as if the season by some woodland pool, braiding the early blossoms in her hair, seeing her loveliness reflected there, had sighed to find herself so beautiful. A breathlessness, a feeling as of fear, holy and dim, as of a mystery near, as if the world about us listening went, with lifted finger and hand-hollowed ear, hearkening a music that we cannot hear, haunting the quickening earth and firmament. A prescience of the soul that has no name, expectancy that is both wild and tame, as if the earth from out its azure ring of heavens looked to see, as white as flame, as Perseus once to chained Andromeda came, the swift divine revealment of the spring. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. A Yellow Rose by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. An old gate clicks, and down the walk between clove pink and hollyhock, still young of face though gray of lock, among her garden's flowers she goes, at evening's close, deep in her hair a yellow rose. The old house shows one gable peak above its trees, and sage and leek blend with the flowers their scent. The creek, leaf hidden, past the garden flows, that on it snows pale petals of the yellow rose. The crickets pipe in dewy damps, and everywhere the fireflies' lamps flame like the lights of fairy camps, while overhead the soft sky shows one star that glows, as in gray locks a yellow rose. There is one spot she seeks for where the roses make a fragrant lair, a spot where once he kissed her hair, and told his love, as each one knows, each flower that blows, and pledged it with a yellow rose. The years have turned her dark hair gray since that far time, and still they say she keeps the tryst as on that day, and through the garden softly goes at evening's close, wearing for him that yellow rose. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Whippoorwill Time by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Let down the bars, drive in the cows, the west is barred with burning rows. Unhitch the horses from the ploughs, and from the cart the ox that lows, and light the lamp within the house. The whippoorwill is calling, whippoorwill, whippoorwill, where the locust blooms are falling on the hill. The sunset's rose is dying, and the whippoorwill is crying, whippoorwill, whippoorwill. Soft, now shrill, the whippoorwill is crying, whippoorwill. Unloose the watchdog from his chain, the first stars wink their drowsy eyes. A sheep bell tinkles in the lane, and where the shadow deepest lies, a lamp makes bright the kitchen pane. The whippoorwill is calling, whippoorwill, whippoorwill, where the berry blooms are falling on the rill. The first faint stars are springing, and the whippoorwill is singing, whippoorwill, whippoorwill. Softly still, the whippoorwill is singing, whippoorwill. The cows are milked, the cattle fed, the last far streaks of evening fade. The farmhand whistles in the shed, and in the house the table's laid. Its lamp streams on the garden bed. The whippoorwill is calling, whippoorwill, whippoorwill, where the dogwood blooms are falling on the hill. The afterglow is waning, and the whippoorwill's complaining, whippoorwill, whippoorwill. Wild and shrill, the whippoorwill's complaining, whippoorwill. The moon blooms out, a great white rose. The stars wheel onward towards the west. The barnyard cock wakes once and crows. The farm is wrapped in peaceful rest. The cricket chirrs, the firefly glows. The whippoorwill is calling, whippoorwill, whippoorwill. where the bramble blooms are falling on the rill. The moon her watch is keeping, and the whippoorwill is weeping. Whippoorwill, whippoorwill, lonely still, the whippoorwill is weeping. Whippoorwill.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
November by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Morning. Deep in her broom sedge, burrs and ironweeds, her frost-slain asters and dead mallow moons, where gray the wilding clematis balloons the brake with puffballs, where the slow stream leads her slower steps, decked with the scarlet beads of hip and haw, through dolorous maroons and desolate golds, she goes, the wailing tunes of all the winds about her like wild reeds, the red wrought iron hues that flush the green of blackberry briars, and the bronze that stains the oak's sere leaves, are in her cheeks. The gray of forest pools, thin-clocked with ice, is keen in her cold eyes, and in her hair the rain's chill silver shimmers like a moonlight ray. Noon. Lost in the sleepy grays and drowsy browns of woodlands, smoky with the autumn haze, where dull the last-leafed maples, smouldering, blaze like ghosts of sachem fires, the month uncrowns her frosty hair, and where the forest drowns the road in darkness, in the rutted ways, filled full of freezing rain, her robe she lays of tattered gold, and seats herself and frowns. And at her frown each wood and bosky hill shudders with prescience of approaching storm. Her soul's familiar fiend, who, with wild broom of wind and rain, works her resistless will, sweeping the world and driving with fierce arm the clouds like leaves through the tumultuous gloom. Evening. The shivering wind sits in the oaks, whose limbs, twisted and tortured, nevermore are still. Grief and decay sit with it, they, whose chill autumnal touch makes hectic red the rims of all the oak leaves, desolating, dims the ageratum's blue that banks the rill, and splits the milkweed's pod upon the hill, and shakes it free of the last seed that swims. Down goes the day, despondent to its close, and now the sunset's hands of copper build a tower of brass, behind whose burning bars the day, in fierce barbarian repose, like some imprisoned Inca, sits, hate-filled, crowned with the gold corimbus of the stars. Night. There is a booming in the forest boughs. Tremendous feet seem trampling through the trees. The storm is at his wild man revelries, and earth and heaven echo his carouse. Night reels with tumult, and from out her house of cloud the moon looks like a face one sees in nightmare, hurrying with pale eyes that freeze, stooping above with white malignant brows. The isolated oak upon the hill, that seemed at sunset in terrific lands a Titan head black in a sea of blood, now seems a monster harp whose wild strings thrill to the vast fingering of innumerable hands, spirits of tempest and of solitude.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Hallowmas by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. All hushed of glee, the last chill bee clings wearily to the dying aster. The leaves drop faster, and all around, red as disaster, the forest crimsons with tree on tree. A butterfly, the last to die, droops heavily by, weighed down with torpor. The air grows sharper, and the wind in the trees, like some sad harper, sits and sorrows with sigh on sigh. The far crows call, the acorns fall, and over all the autumn raises dun mists and hazes, through which her soul, it seemeth, gazes on ghosts and dreams in carnival. The end is near. The dying year leans low to hear her own heart breaking, and beauty taking her flight, and all her dreams forsaking her soul, bowed down mid the sad and sere. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
O Bod by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Stefan. Awake! The dawn is on the hills. Behold, at her cool throat a rose. Blue-eyed and beautiful she goes, leaving her steps in daffodils. Awake, arise, and let me see thine eyes, whose deeps epitomize all dawns that were or are to be. O love, all heaven in thine eyes. Awake, arise, come down to me. Behold, the dawn is up, behold, how all the birds around her float, wild rills of music, note on note, spilling the air with mellow gold. Arise, awake, and drawing near, let me but hear thee and rejoice. Thou, who bearest captive, sweet and clear, all song, O love, within thy voice, arise, awake, and let me hear. See, where she comes, with limbs of day, the dawn, with wild rose hands and feet, within whose veins the sunbeams beat, and laughter's meat of wind and ray. Arise, come down, and heart to heart, love, let me clasp in thee all these, the sunbeam of which thou art part, and all the rapture of the breeze. Arise, come down, loved that thou art. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Woman's Love by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Sweet lies, the sweetest ever heard, to her he said. Her heart remembers every word now he is dead. I ask, if thus his lies can make your young heart grieve for his false sake, had he been true, what had you done for true love's sake? Upon his grave there in the sun, avoided now of all but one, I'd lay my heart with all its ache, and let it break, and let it break. And falsehood, fairer ne'er was seen than he put on, Her heart recalls each look and mien, now he is gone. I ask, if thus his treachery can hold your heart with lie on lie, what would you done for manly love, love without lie? There in the grass that grows above his grave, where all clouds know thereof, I'd lay me down without a sigh, and gladly die, and gladly die. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. At Moonrise by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Pale faces looked up at me from the earth like flowers. Pale hands reached down to me out of the dusk like stars. As over the hills, robed on with twilight, the hours, the day's last hours departed, and the night put up her bars. Pale fingers beckoned me on, pale fingers like starlight mist. Dim voices called to me, dim as the wind's dim rune, as up from the trees, like a nymph from the amethyst of her waters, as silver as foam, rose the round white breast of the moon. And I followed the pearly waving and beckon of hands, the luring glitter and dancing glimmer of feet, and the sibilant whisper of silence that summoned to lands remoter than legend or fairy, where myth and tradition meet. And I came to a place where the shadow of ancient night brooded o'er ruins, far wilder than castles of dreams, fantastic, a mansion of phantoms, where wandering white I met with a shadowy presence whose voice I had followed, it seems. And the ivy waved in the wind, and the moonlight laid, like a ghostly benediction, a finger wan on the face of the one from whose eyes the darkness rayed, the presence I knew for one I had known in years long gone. And she looked in my face, and kissed me on brow and on cheek, murmured my name, and wistfully smiled in my eyes. And the tears welled up in my heart that was wild and weak, and my bosom seemed bursting with yearning, and my soul with sighs. And there, mid the ruins, we sat. Oh, strange were the words that she said, distant and dim and strange, and hollow the looks that she gave. And I knew her then for a joy that was dead, a hope, a beautiful hope that my youth had laid in its grave. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lamp at the Window by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by April 6090, California, United States of America. Like some gaunt ghost the tempest wails. Outside my door its icy nails beat on my pane, and night and storm around the house with furious flails of wind, from which the slant sleet hails stalk up and down, or arm in arm stand giant guard, the wild beast lair of their fierce bosoms black and bare. My lamp is lit, I have no fear. Through night and storm my love draws near. Now through the forest how they go, with whirlwind hoofs and maned with snow. The beast of tempest, winter herds, that lift huge heads of mist and low, like oxen, beasts of air, that blow from their nostrils, winged like birds, and bullock-breasted, onward hurled, that shake with tumult all the world. My lamp is set where love can see, who through the tempest comes to me. I press my face against the pane, and seem to see from wood and plain, in phantom thousands, stormy pale, the ghosts of forest, tempest slain. Vast wraiths of woodlands rise and strain, and rock wild limbs against the gale, or, borne in fragments overhead, sow night and horror, and with dread. He comes, my light is as an arm, to guide him onward through the storm. I hear the tempest from the sky cry, eagle-like, its battle cry. I hear the night upon the peaks send back its condor-like reply, and then again come booming by the forest's challenge, hoarse as speaks hate unto hate or wrath to wrath, when each draws sword and sweeps the path. But let them rage. Through darkness far, my bright light leads him like a star. The cliffs with all their plumes of pines bow down high heads, the battle lines of all the hills that iron seams shudder through all their rocky spines, and under shields of matted vines the vales crouch down, and all the streams are hushed and frozen as with fear, as from the deeps the winds draw near. But let them come, my lamp is lit, nor shall their fury flutter it. Now round and round, with stride on stride, in boreal armor tempest dies. I hear the thunder of their strokes. The heavens are rocked on every side, with all their clouds, and far and wide. The earth roars back with all its oaks. Still at the pane burns bright my light, to guide him onward through the night, to lead love through the night and storm, where my young heart will make him warm. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Achievement by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. He held himself splendidly forward, both early and late. The aim of his purpose was starward, to master his fate. So he wrought and he toiled and he waited, till he rose o'er the hordes that he hated, and stood on the heights as was fated, made one of the great. Then lo, on the top of the mountain, with walls that were wide, a city from which, like a fountain, rose voices that cried, "He comes, let us forth now to meet him. Both mummer and priest, let us greet him. In the city he built, let us seat him, on the throne of his pride." Then out of the city he builded, of shadows it seems, from gates that his fancy had gilded, with thought's brightest beams. Strange mimes and chimeras came trooping, with moping and mowing and stooping, and he saw with a heart that was drooping that these were his dreams. He entered, and lo, as he entered, they murmured his name, and led him where, burningly centered, an altar of flame made lurid a temple, erected of self, where a form he detected, the love that his life had rejected, and this was his fame.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Mysteries by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Soft and silken and silvery brown, in shoes of lichen and leafy gown, little blue butterflies fluttering around her, deep in the forest, afar from town, there where a stream was trickling down, I met with Silence, who wove a crown of sleep whose mystery bound her. I gazed in her eyes that were mossy green, as the rain that pools in the hollow between the twisted roots of a tree that towers, and I saw the things that none has seen, that mean far more than facts may mean, the dreams that are true, of an age that has been, that God has thought into flowers. I gazed at her lips that were dewy gray, and the mist that clings at the close of day, to the wet hillside when the winds cease blowing, and I heard the things that none may say, that are holier far than the prayers we pray, the murmured music God breathes alway through the hearts of all things growing. Soft and subtle and vapory white, in shoes of shadow and gown of light, crimson poppies asleep around her, far in the forest beneath a height I came on Slumber, who wove from night a wreath of silence, that, darkly bright, with its mystic beauty crowned her. I looked in her face, that was pale and still as the moon that rises above the hill where the pines loom sombre as sorrow, and the things that all have known and will, I knew for a moment, the myths that fill and people that past of the soul and thrill its hope with a far tomorrow. I heard her voice, that was strange with pain as a wind that whispers of wreck and rain to the leaves of the autumn rustling lonely, and I felt the things that are felt in vain by all, the longings that haunt the brain of man, that come and depart again, and are part of his dreamings only. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Song of the Snow by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Roaring winds that rocked the crow high in his eyrie all night long, and to and fro swung the cedar, and drove the snow out of the north, have ceased to blow, and dawn breaks fiery. Sing ho, a song of the winter dawn, when the air is still, and the clouds are gone, and the snow lies deep on hill and lawn, and the old clock ticks, 'tis time, 'tis time, and the household rises with many a yawn. Sing ho, a song of the winter dawn, sing ho. Deep in the east a rosy glow broadens and brightens, glints through the icicles, row on row, flames on the panes of the farmhouse low, and over the miles of drifted snow silently whitens. Sing ho, a song of the winter sky, when the last star closes its icy eye, and deep in the road the snowdrifts lie, and the old clock ticks, 'tis late, 'tis late, and the flame on the hearth leaps red, leaps high. Sing ho, a song of the winter sky, sing ho. Into the heaven the sun comes slow, all red and frowsy. Out of the shed the muffled low of the cattle comes. The rooster's crow sounds strangely distant beneath the snow, and dull and drowsy. Sing ho, a song of the winter morn, when the snow makes ghostly the wayside thorn, and hills of pearl are the shocks of corn, and the old clock ticks, tick-tock, tick-tock, and the good man bustles about the barn. Sing ho, a song of the winter morn, sing ho. Now to their tasks the farmhands go, cheerily, cheerily, with ears a-tingle and cheeks aglow, she with her pail and he with his hoe, to milk the cows and to path the snow. Merrily, merrily, sing ho, a song of the winter day, when ermine-capped are the stacks of hay, and the wood smoke pillars the air with gray, and the old clock ticks, to work, to work, and the good wife sings as she churns away. Sing ho, a song of the winter day, sing ho.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Wood Water by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Stefan. An evil, stealthy water, dark as hate, sunk from the light of day, thwart which is hung a ruined water gate, creeps on its stagnant way. Moss and the spawny duckweed, dim as air, and green as copras, choke its dull current, and, like hideous hair, tangles of twisted grass. Above it sinister trees, as crouched and gaunt as huddled terror, lean, guarding some secret in that nightmare haunt, some horror they have seen. Something the sunset points at from afar, spearing the sullen wood and hag-grey water with a single bar of flame as red as blood. Something the stars, conspiring with the moon, shall look on, and remain frozen with fear, staring as in a swoon, striving to flee in vain. Something the wisp that, wandering in the night above the ghastly stream, haply shall find, and, filled with frantic fright, light with its ghostly gleam. Something that lies there, under weed and ooze, with wide and awful eyes, and matted hair, and limbs the waters bruise, that strives, yet cannot rise. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Egret Hunter by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Phil Schempf. Through woods the Spanish moss makes gray, with deeps the daylight never reaches. The water sluices slow its way, and chokes with weeds its beaches. 'Twas here, lost in this lone bayou, where poison brims each blossom's throat, last night I followed a firefly glow, and oared a leaky boat. The way was dark, and overhead the wailing limpkin moaned and cried. The moss, like cerements of the dead, waved wildly on each side. The way was black, albeit the trees let here and there the moonlight through. The shadows mid the cypress knees seemed ominous of hue. And then, behold, a boat that oozed slow slime and trailed rank water weeds loomed on me, in which, interfused, great glowworms glowed like beads. And in its rotting hulk, upright, his eyeless eyes fixed far before, a dead man sat, and stared at night, grasping a rotting oar. Slowly it passed, and fearfully the moccasin slid in its wake. The owl shrunk, shrieking in its tree, and in its hole the snake. But I, who met it face to face, I could not shrink nor turn aside. Within that dark and demon place there was nowhere to hide. Slowly it passed, for me too slow, the grim death, in the moon's faint shine, whose story, haply, none may know save the owl that haunts the pine. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Miracle of the Dawn by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. What would it mean for you and me if dawn should come no more? Think of its gold along the sea, its rose above the shore, that rose of awful mystery our souls bow down before. What wonder that the Inca kneeled, the Aztec prayed and pled, and sacrificed to it, and sealed with rites that long are dead the marvels that it once revealed to them it comforted. What wonder, yea, what awe behold! What rapture and what tears were ours if wild its rivered gold, that now each day appears, burst on the world, in darkness rolled, once every 1,000 years? Think what it means to me and you to see it even as God evolved it when the world was new, when light rose, earthquake shod, and slow its gradual splendor grew o'er deeps the whirlwind trod. What shoutings then, and cymbalings, arose from depth and height! What worship solemn trumpetings, and thunders burning white, of winds and waves and anthemings of earth receive the light! Think what it means to see the dawn that comes each day! What if the east should ne'er grow wan, should never more grow gray, that line of rose no more be drawn above the ocean spray? End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Penetralia by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. I am part of all you see in nature, part of all you feel. I am the impact of the bee upon the blossom. In the tree I am the sap that shall reveal the leaf, the bloom, that flows and flutes up from the darkness through its roots. I am the vermeil of the rose, the perfume breathing in its veins, the gold within the mist that glows along the west and overflows the heaven with light, the dew that rains its freshness down and strings with spheres of wet the webs and oaten ears. I am the egg that folds the bird, the song that beaks and breaks its shell, the laughter and the wandering word that the water says, and dimly heard the music of the blossom's bell when soft winds swing it, and the sound of grass slow creeping o'er the ground. I am the warmth, the honey scent that throats with spice each lily bud that opens white with wonderment beneath the moon, or downward bent sleeps with a moth beneath its hood. I am the dream that haunts it too, that crystallizes into dew. I am the seed within its pod, the worm within its closed cocoon, the wings within the circling clod, the germ that gropes through soil and sod to beauty radiant in the noon. I am all these, behold, and more. I am the love at the world's heart's core. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Heaven-Born by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Not into these dark cities, these sordid marts and streets, that the sun in his rising pities, and the moon with sorrow greets, does she with her dreams and flowers, for whom our hearts are dumb, does she of the golden hours, earth's heaven-born beauty come. Afar mid the hills she tarries, beyond the farthest streams, in a world where music marries with color that blooms and beams, where shadow and light are wedded, whose children people the earth, the fair, the fragrant-headed, the pure, the wild of birth, where morn with rosy kisses wakes ever the eyes of day, and winds in her radiant tresses haunts every wildwood way, where Eve with her mouth's twin roses, her kisses sweet with balm, the eyes of the glad day closes, and crowned with stars sits calm. There, lost in contemplation of things no mortal sees, she dwells, the incarnation of idealities, of dreams that long have fired men's hearts with joy and pain, the far, the dear desired, whom no man shall attain. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Ballad of the Rose by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Booted and spurred he rode toward the west. A rose from the woman who loved him best lay warm with her kisses there in his breast, and the battle beacons were burning as over the draw he galloping went. She from the gateway's battlement with a wafted kiss and a warning bent. Beware of the ford at the turning. An instant only he turned in his cell, and lightly fingered his petronel, then settled his sword in its belt as well, and the horns to battle were sounding. She watched till he reached the beacon there, and saw its gleam on his helm and hair. then turned and murmured, God keep thee, Clare, from that wolf of the hills and his hounding. And on he rode till he came to the hill, where the road turned off the ruined mill, where the stream flowed shallow and broad and still, and the battle beacon was burning. Into the river with little heed, down from the hill he galloped his steed. The water whispered on rock and reed, Death hides by the ford at the turning. And out of the night on the other side, their helms and corslets dim descried, he saw 10 bandit troopers ride, and the horns to battle were blaring. Then he reined his steed in the middle ford, and glanced behind him and drew his sword, and laughed as he shouted his battle word, Clare, Clare, and my steel needs airing. Then down from the hills at his back there came 10 troopers more, with a face of flame. Red Hugh of the hills led on the same, in the glare of the beacons burning. Again the cavalier turned and gazed, then quick to his lips the rose he raised, and kissed it, crying, Now God be praised, and help her there, when morning. Then he rose in his stirrups and loosened rein, and shouting his cries spurred on amain, into the troopers to slay and be slain, while the horns to battle were blowing, with 10 behind him and 10 before, and the battle beacon to light the shore. Small doubt of the end in his mind he bore, while her rose in his bosom glowing. 1 trooper he slew with his petronel, and 1 with his sword when his good steed fell. And they hailed him fighting from horse and cell. In the light of the beacons burning, quoth Hugh of the hills to yonder tree, Now hang him high, where she may see. Then bear this rose and message from me, The ravens feast at the turning. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Bertrand De Born by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. Knight and troubadour, to his lady the beautiful mains of Montagnac, the burden of the sometime years that once my soul did overweigh, falls for me with its griefs and fears, when gazing in thine eyes of grey, wherein behold like some bright ray of dawn thy heart's fond love appears, to cheer my life upon its way. Thine eyes, the daybreak of my heart, that give me strength to do and dare, whose beauty is a radiant part of all my songs, the music there. The morning that makes dim each care, and glorifies my mind still marked, and helps my soul to do and dare. God, when he made thy fresh fair face, and thy young body, took the morn, and made thee like a rose, whose race is not of earth, without a thorn, and dewed thee with the joy that's born of love, wherein hope hath its place, like to the star that heralds morn. I go my way through town and thorpe, in court and hall and castle bower. I tune my lute and strike my harp, and often from some twilight tower a lady drops to me a flower, that bids me scale the moat's steep scarp, and climb to love within her bower. I heed them not, but go my ways. What is their passion unto me? My songs are only in thy praise. Thy face alone it is I see, that fills my heart with melody. My sweet obeyed, that makes my days all music singing here in me. One time a foul knight in his towers sneered thus, God's blood, why weary us? With this one woman all our hours sings of our wenches amorous. Yolande and Yosardi here not thus shall sing, but of our paramours. What is thy lady unto us? And then I flung my lute aside, and from its baldric flew my sword, and down the hall 'twas but a stride, and in his brute face and its word, my gauntlet, and around the board the battle, till all wild beast-eyed he lay, and at his throat my sword. Thou dost remember in Provence the vile thing that I slew, and how with my good jongleurs and my lance kept back his horde. The memory now makes fierce my blood and hot my brow with rage. Ah, what a madman dance we led them, and escaped somehow. Oft times when in the tournament and see thee sitting yet uncrowned, and bugles blow and spears are bent, and shields and falchions clash around, and steeds go crashing to the ground, and thou dost smile on me, though spent with war, again my soul is crowned, and I am fire to strike and slay. Before my face there comes a mist of blood, and like a flame I play through the loud lists. All who resist go down like corn, until thy wrist, kneeling, I kiss. The wreath they lay of beauty on their heads gold mist. And then I seize my lute and sing some chanson or some wild aubade, full of thy beauty and the swing of swords and love which I have had of thee, until with music mad the lists reel with thy name and ring the echoed words of my aubade. I am thy knight and troubadour, Bertrand De Born, whom naught shall part from thee, who art my life's high lure, and wild bird of my wilder heart, and all its music, yea, who art my soul's sweet sickness and its cure, from which, God grant, it ne'er shall part. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Troubadour Ponce de Capdouille by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Elaine Conway, England. In Provence, to his lady Azalis de Mercure in Anjou, the grey dawn finds me thinking still of thee who hadst my thoughts all night, of thee who art my lute's sweet skill, and of my soul the only light, my star of song to whom I turn, my face and for whose love I yearn. Thou dost not know thy troubadour lies sick to death, no longer sings, that this alone may work his cure, to feel thy white hand weighed with rings, smoothed softly through his heavy hair, or resting with the old love there, to feel thy warm cheek laid to his, thy bosom fluttering with love, then on his eyes and lips thy kiss. Thy kiss alone were all enough to heal his heart, to cure his soul, and make his mind and body whole. The drought those 3 months past hath slain all green things in this weary land, as in my life thy high disdain hath killed ambition, yea, my hand forgets its cunning, and my heart sick to stagnation all its art. Once to my castle there at Puy, in honour of thy beauty, came the Angevin nobility, to hear me sing of thee, whose fame was high at Helen's. Azalis, hast thou forgot'st thou this? And in the lists how often there I broke a spear for thee, and placed the crown of beauty on thy hair, while thou sat'st like the fair moon faced, amid the human firmament of faces that toward thee bent. I take my hawk, my peregrine, no falconer or page beside, and ride from morn till eve begin. I ride forgetting that I ride, and all save this, that thou no more dost ride beside me as of yore. A heron sweeps above me, I remember then how oft were cast thy hawk and mine as such, and sigh thinking of thee and days long past, when through the Anjou fields and bowers we used to hawk and hunt for hours. And when unhappy I return, and take my lute, and seek again the terrace where, beside some urn, the castle gathers, while the stain of sunset crimsons all the sea, and sing old songs once loved of thee, the soul within me overflows with longing, and I seem to hear thy voice through fountains and the rose, calling afar, wildly near. The rossignol makes mute my tongue with memories of things long sung. Here in Provence I pine for thee, and there in Anjou dost forget. All beauty here is less to me than is the ribbon lightly set at thy white throat, or on thy foot the shoe that I have loved to lute, thy foot that I have loved to kiss and sing of. Song hath died in me since then, my Azalis, since to my soul e'en that's denied thy kiss that now alone could cure the sick heart of thy troubadour. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Home by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Foon. An old lane, an old gate, an old house by a tree, a wild wood, a wild brook, they will not let me be. In boyhood I knew them, and still they call to me. Down deep in my heart's core I hear them, and my eyes through tear mists behold them beneath the old-time skies, mid bee-boom and rose-bloom and orchard lands arise. I hear them, and heartsick with longing is my soul, to walk there, to dream there, beneath the sky's blue bowl, around me, within me, the weary world made whole. To talk with the wild brook of all the long ago, to whisper the woodwind of things we used to know when we were old companions, before my heart knew woe. To walk with the morning and watch its rose unfold, to drowse with the noontide lulled on its heart of gold, to lie with the night-time and dream the dreams of old. To tell to the old trees and to each listening leaf the longing, the yearning, as in my boyhood brief, the old hope, the old love would ease me of my grief. The old lane, the old gate, the old house by the tree, the wild wood, the wild brook, they will not let me be. In boyhood I knew them, and still they call to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Old Herb Man by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. On the barren hillside lone he sat, on his head he wore a tattered hat, in his hand he bore a crooked staff, never heard laughter like his laugh, on the barren hillside thistle hoar. Cracked his laughter sounded, harsh as woe, as the croaking thinned of a crow. At his back hung pinned a wallet old, bulged with roots and samples caked with mold, on the barren hillside in the wind. Roots of twisted twin leaf, sassafras, bloodroot, tightly whipped round with grass, adder's tongue, and tipped brown and black, yellow root and snake root filled his pack, on the barren hillside winter stripped. There's nothing sadder than old age. Nothing saddens more than that stage, when, forlornly poor, bent with toil, one must starve or wring life from the soil, from the barren hillside, wild and hoar. Down the barren hillside slow he went, cursing at the cold, bowed and bent, with his bag of mold, herbs and roots, in his clay-stained garments, clay-caked boots, down the barren hillside, poor and old. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Solitary by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Stefan. Upon the mossed rock by the spring she sits, forgetful of her pail, lost in remote remembering of that which may no more avail. Her thin, pale hair is dimly dressed above a brow lined deep with care, the color of a leaf long pressed, a faded leaf that once was fair. You may not know her from the stone, so still she sits who does not stir, thinking of this one thing alone, the love that never came to her. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Footpaths by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. What though I dreamed of mountain heights, of peaks, the barriers of the world, around whose tops the northern lights and tempests are unfurled. Mine are the footpaths leading through life's lowly fields and woods, with rifts above of heaven's Eden blue, by which the violet lifts its shy appeal, and holding up its chaliced gold like some wild wine, along the hillside, cup on cup, blooms bright the celandine, where soft upon each flowering stalk the butterfly spreads damask wings, and under grassy loam and rock the cottage cricket sings, where overhead eve blooms with fire, in which the new moon bends her bow, and arrow-like one white star by her burns through the afterglow. I care not, so the sesame I find, the magic flower there, whose touch unseals each mystery, in water, earth, and air, which in the oak tree lets me hear its heart's deep speech, its soul's wise words, and to my mind makes crystal clear the melodies of birds. Why should I care, who live aloof, beyond the din of life and dust, while dreams still share my humble roof, and love makes sweet my crust?
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Elfin by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. When wildflower blue and wildflower white, the wildflowers lay their heads together, and the moon moth glimmers along the night, and the wandering firefly flares its light, and the full moon rises broad and bright, then it is elfin weather, and fern and flower on top of the hill are a fairy wood where the fairies camp, and there to the pipe of the cricket shrill, and the owl's bassoon or the whippoorwill, they whirl their wildest and trip their fill by the light of the glow-worm's lamp. And the mottled toad and the katydid are the henchmen set to guard their dance, at whose cry they creep 'neath the dewy lid of a violet's eye, or close lie hid in a bluebell's ear, if a mortal mid the moonlit woods should chance. And the forest fly with its gossamer wings and filmy body of rainbow dye is the elfin steed each elfin brings, whereon by the light of the stars he swings, when the dance is done and the barn-cock sings, and the dim dawn streaks the sky.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Authorities by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. The unpretentious flowers of the woods that rise in bright and banded brotherhoods, waving us welcome, and with kisses sweet laying their lives down underneath our feet, lessen my soul more than the tomes of man, packed with the lore of ages, ever can, in love and truth, hope and humility, and such unselfishness as to the bee, lifting permissive petals, dripping nard, yields every sweet up, asking no reward. The many flowers of wood and field and stream, filling our hearts with wonder and with dream, that know no ceremony, yet that are attended of such reverence as that star, that punctual point of flame, which to our eyes leads on the vast procession of the skies, sidereal silver, glittering in the west, compels, assertive of heaven's loveliest. Where may one find suggestion simpler set than in the radius of a violet, or more authentic loveliness than glows in the small compass of a single rose, or more of spiritual thought than perfumes from the absolute purity of a lily bloom?
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Willow Water by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Deep in the hollow wood he found a way winding unto a water dim and gray, grayer and dimmer than the break of day, by which a wild rose blossomed, flower on flower, leaning above its image hour on hour, musing, it seemed, on its own loveliness, and longing with sweet longing to express some thought to its reflection. Dropping now bee-shaken pollen from the voluble bough, and now a petal, delicate as a blush, it seemed to sigh or whisper to the hush the dreams, the myths and marvels it had seen, tiptoeing dimly through the woodland green. Faint shapes of fragrance, forms like flowers that go footing the moss, or shouldered with moonbeam glow, through starlit waves oaring an arm of snow. He sat him down and gazed into the pool, and as he gazed, two petals, silken cool, fell soft as starbeams fall that arrow through the fern-hung trembling of a droop of dew, and pearly placid on the water lay two curves of languid ruby where green-gray the shadow of a willow dimmed the stream. And suddenly he saw, or did he dream he saw, the rose leaves changed to rosy lips, a laughing crimson, and with silvery hips and eyes of luminous emerald, full of sleep and all the stillness of the underdeep, the shadow of the tree become a girl, a shadowy girl who shook from many a curl faint tangled glimmerings of shell and pearl, a girl who called him, beckoned him to come, waving a hand whiter than moonlit foam, and pointing minnowy fingered to her home. A bubble, rainbow built beneath the wave, dim domed and murmurous as the deep sea cave, columned of coral and of grottoed foam, where the pale mermaids never ceased to comb their weed green hair with fingers crystal cold, sighing forever round the sea king old, throned on his throne of shell and ribbed gold. Laughing she lured him, lipped like some wild rose, bidding him follow, come to her, repose upon her bosom, and forever dream, lulled by the wandering whisper of the stream. But him mortality weighed heavily on, and earthly love, and sorrowful and wan, he shook his head, motioning, I cannot rise. But still he felt the magic of her eyes drawing him to her, felt her hands of foam around his heart, her lips that bade him come with smiling witchery, and with laughing looks like those that lured us in the fairy books our childhood dreamed on. Then as suddenly a wind, it seemed, from nowhere he could see, wrinkled the water, ruffled its smooth glass, and there again, behold, when it did pass, the rose leaves lay in shadow dimly seen, the willow's shadow, and no thing between. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Illusion by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. My soul goes out to her who says, "Come follow me," and cast off care, then tosses back her sun-bright hair, and like a flower before me sways between the green leaves and my gaze. This creature like a girl who smiles into my eyes and softly lays her hand in mine and leads me miles, long miles of haunted forest ways. Sometimes she seems a faint perfume, a fragrance that a flower exhaled and God gave form to. Now, unveiled, a sunbeam making gold the gloom of vines that roof some woodland room of boughs. And now the silvery sound of streams her presence doth assume. Music from which in dreaming drowned a crystal shadow she seems to bloom. Sometimes she seems the light that lies on foam of waters where the fern shimmers and drips. Now at some turn of woodland, bright against the skies, she seems the rainbowed mist that flies. And now the mossy fire that breaks beneath the feet in azure eyes of flowers. And now the wind that shakes pale petals from the bough that sighs. Sometimes she lures me with a song, sometimes she guides me with a laugh. Her white hand is a magic staff, her look a spell to lead me long. Though she be weak and I be strong, she needs but shake her happy hair, but glance her eyes, and right or wrong my soul must follow anywhere she wills, far from the world's loud throng. Sometimes I think that she must be no part of earth, but merely this, the fair, elusive thing we miss in nature, that we dream we see, yet never see, that goldenly beckons, that, limbed with rose and pearl, the Greek made a divinity, a nymph, a god, a glimmering girl, that haunts the forest's mystery.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Lost Garden by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Roses, briar on briar, like a hedge of fire, walled it from the world and rolled crimson round it. Manifold blossoms, mid which once of old walked my heart's desire. There the golden hours dwelt, and mid the bowers Beauty wandered like a maid, and the dreams that never fade sat within its haunted shade, gazing at the flowers. There the winds that vary melody and marry perfume unto perfume went whispering to the buds that bent messages whose wonderment made them sweet to carry. There the waters hoary murmured many a story to the leaves that leaned above, listening to their tales of love, while the happiness thereof flushed their green with glory. There the sunsets shimmer mid the bowers, dimmer than the woods where fable dwells, and romance her legends tells, wrought dim dreams and dimmer spells, filled with golden glimmer. There at night the wonder of the moon would sunder foliage deeps with breast of pearl, wandering like a glimmering girl, fair of form and bright of curl, through the trees and under. There the stars would follow over hill and hollow, spirit shapes that danced the dew, from frail cups of sparry hue, firefly forms that fleeter flew than the fleetest swallow. There my heart made merry, there mid bloom and berry dreamed the dreams that are no more, in that garden lost of yore, set in seas without a shore, that no man may ferry. Where perhaps her lyre, wreathed with searest briar, sorrow strikes now, sad its gold sighing where mid roses old, fair of face and dead and cold, lies my heart's desire. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Late October Woods by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Aleacia Messiah. Clumped in the shadow of the beech, in whose brown top the crows are loud, where every side great briars reach, and cling like hands the beech drops crowd, the mossy cirque with neutral tints of grey and deep with berries bowed, the buckbush reddens mid the mints. O'erhead the forest scarcely stirs, the wind is laid, the sky is blue. Bush clover with its links of burrs, and some last blooms, few pink of hue, makes wild the way, and everywhere slim white-ribbed cones of fungi strew the grass that's like a wild man's hair. The jewel weeds, whose pods bombard the hush with fairy batteries of seeds, grow dense here, pattering hard, their sacks explode, persuade the eyes. To search the heaven for showers, one seems to walk where old enchantment plies her shuttle of lost days and dreams. And lo, yon rock of fern and flower, that heaves its height from bramble deeps, all on a sudden seems the tower wherein the sleeping beauty sleeps, and that red vine the fire drake, the flaming dragon is that keeps the world from her no man may wake. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In the Beech Woods by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Amber and emerald, cairngorm and chrysoprase, stream through the autumn woods, scatter the beechwood ways, ways where the wahoo bush brightens with scarlet, and where the aster stalk lifts its last starlet. Ways where the briar burns, poplars drop one by one, leaves that seem beaten gold, each like a splash of sun, round which the beeches rise, tree upon golden tree, that, with each wind that blows, sound like a summer sea. Ways where the pawpaw leans, great-leaved and beryl green, like some grand forester one in romance hath seen, and like some Indian queen sung of in story, flaming the gum tree stands, crowned with its glory. Ways where the bittersweet, cleaving its pods of gold, brightens the brake with flame, torches the dingle old, and where the dogwood too crimsons with ruby seeds, spicewood and buckbush bend ruddy with rosy beads. These are the woods of gold, forests our childhood knew, where the enchanted dwelt, she with the eyes of blue, she of the raven locks and of the lovely looks, she who oft gazed at us out of the story books. And with that prince again, striding his snow-white steed, to her deliverance through the gold wood we speed, on through the wood of flame to the dark tower, where, like a light, she gleams high in her bower.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Word in the Wood by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. the word in the wood. The acorn oak sullens to sombre crimson all its leaves, and where it usually heaves a giant head dark as congested blood, the gum tree towers against the sky a stroke of purpling gold, and every blur of wood is colour on the pallet that she drops, the autumn, dreaming on the hazed hilltops. And as I went through golden forests in a golden land, where magic waved her wand, and dimmed the air with dreams my boyhood knew, enchantment met me, and again she bent her face to mine, and smiled with eyes of blue, and kissed me on the mouth, and bade me heed old tales again from books no man may read. And at her word the wood became transfigured, and behold, with hair of wavy gold a presence walked there, and its beauty was the beauty not of earth. And then I heard within my heart vague voices, murmurous and multitudinous as leaves that sow the firmament when winds of autumn blow. And I perceived the voices were but one voice made of sighs, that sorrowed in this wise: I am the child soul that grew up and died, the child soul of the world that once believed in me, but long ago denied the fairy faith it needs no more today, the folklore beauty long since passed away. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Night Wind by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. I have heard the wind on a winter's night, when the snow-cold moon looked icily through my window's flickering firelight, where the frost his witchery drew. I have heard the wind on a winter's night, wandering ways that were frozen white, wail in my chimney flue, and its voice was the voice, so it seemed to me, the voice of the world's vast misery. I have heard the wind on a night of spring, when the leaves unclasped their girdles of gold, and the bird on the bough sang slumbering in the lilac's fragrant fold. I have heard the wind on the night of spring, shaking the musk from its dewy wing, sigh in my garden old, and it seemed that it said, as it sighed above, I am the voice of the earth's great love. I have heard the wind on a night of fall, when the devil's dance was the rain's downpour, and the wild woods reeled to its demon's call, and the carpet fluttered the floor. I have heard the wind on a night of fall, heaping the leaves by the garden wall, weep at my close shut door, and its voice, so it seemed, as it sorrowed there, was the old, old voice of the world's despair. I have heard the wind on a summer night, when the myriad stars stormed heaven with fire, and the moon moth glimmered in phantom flight, and the crickets creaked in choir. I have heard the wind on a summer night, rocking the red rose and the white, murmur in the bloom and briar, and its voice was the voice, so it seemed to me, of earth's primordial mystery. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. God's Green Book by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Out in the open fields, where the great green book of God, the book that its wisdom yields to each soul that is not a clod, lies wide for the world to read, I would go, and in flower and weed that letter the lines of the grass would read of a better creed than that which the town world has. Too long in the city streets, the alleys of grime and sin, have I heard the iron beats of the heart of toil, whose din, the throb of whose wild unrest, have stunned the song in my breast, have marred its music and slain the bird that was once its guest, and my soul would find it again. Out where the great green book, whose leaves are the grass and trees, lies open, where each may look, may muse and read as he please. The book that is gilt with gleams, whose pages are ribboned with streams, that says what our souls would say, a beauty that's wrought of dreams, and buds and blossoms of May. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
A Wet Day by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Foon. Dark, drear and drizzly, with vapor grisly, the day goes dully unto its close. Its wet robe smutches each thing it touches, its fingers sully and wreck the rose. Around the railing and garden paling, the dripping lily hangs low its head. A brood mare whinnies, and hens and guineas droop damp and chilly beneath the shed. In splashing mire about the byre the cattle huddle, the farmhand plods, while to some neighbours a wagon labours through pool and puddle and clay that clods. The day unsplendid at last is ended, is dead and buried, and night has come. Night blind and footless, and foul and fruitless, with weeping wearied, and sorrow dumb. Ah, God, for thunder, for winds to sunder, the clouds and auras smite rushing bars, and through wild masses of storm that passes roll calm the chorus of moon and stars. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
After Storm by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Great clouds of sullen seal and gold bar bleak the tawny west, from which all day the thunder rolled and storm streamed crest on crest. Now silvery in its deeps of bronze the new moon fills its sphere, and point by point the darkness dawns its pale stars there and here. But still behind the moon and stars the peace of heaven remains, suspicion of the wrath that wars, that nature now restrains. As lined 'neath tiger eyelids glare the wild beast eyes that sleep, so smoulders in its sunset lair the rage that rent the deep.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Sunset on the River by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. A sea of onyx are the skies, cloud-islanded with fire, such nacre-colored flame as dyes a sea-shell's rosy spire, and at its edge one star sinks slow, burning into the overglow. Save for the cricket in the grass, or passing bird that twitters, the world is hushed. Like liquid glass the soundless river glitters between the hills that hug and hold its beauty like a hoop of gold. The glory deepens, and meseems a vasty canvas painted with revelations of God's dreams and visions simple sainted. The west is that each night cowled hill kneels down before in worship still. There is no thing to wake unrest, no sight or sound to jangle the peace that evening in the breast brings, smoothing out the tangle of gnarls and knots of care and strife that snarl the colored cord of life. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Tabernacles by Madison Cawein, read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. The little tents the wild flowers raise are tabernacles where love prays and beauty preaches all the days. I walk the woodland through and through, and everywhere I see their blue and gold where I may worship too. All hearts unto their inmost shrine of fragrance they invite, and mine enters and sees the All Divine. I hark, and with some inward ear soft words of praise and prayer I hear, and bow my head and have no fear. For God is present I see in them, and gazes out at me, kneeling to His divinity. O holiness that nature knows, that dwells within each thing that grows, vestured with dreams, as is the rose. What perfume! Whereof all things preach, the birds, the brooks, the leaves that reach our hearts and souls with loving speech. That makes a tabernacle of the flowers, whose priests are truth and love, who help our souls to rise above the earth and that which we name sin, unto the knowledge that is kin to heaven, to which at last we win. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Catbird by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Catbird. The tufted gold of the sassafras and the gold of the spicewood bush bewilder the ways of the forest pass and brighten the underbrush. The white-starred drifts of the wild plum tree and the haw with its pearly plumes and the redbud misted rosily dazzle the woodland glooms. And I hear the song of the catbird wake in the boughs of the gnarled wild crab, or there where the snows of the dogwood shake, that the silvery sunbeams stab, and it seems to me that a magic lies in the crystal sweet of its notes, that a myriad blossoms open their eyes as its strain above them floats. I see the bluebell's blue unclose, and the trillium's stainless white, the birdfoot violet's purple and rose, and the poppy golden bright. And I see the eyes of the bluet wink, and the heads of the white hearts nod, and the baby mouths of the woodland pink, and the sorrel salute the sod. And this, meseems, does the catbird say, as the blossoms crowd in the sun. Up, up, and out, oh, out and away, up, and out, each one. Sweethearts, sweethearts, oh, sweet, 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 come listen and hark to me. The spring with her fragrant feet is passing this way, oh, hark to the beat of her bee-like heart. Oh, sweet, 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 come, open your eyes and see, 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 see. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Days Come and Go by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Days come and go. Leaves fall and flowers fade. Days come and go. Now is sweet summer laid low in her leafy glade, low like a fragrant maid, low, low, ah, low. Tears fall and eyelids ache, hearts overflow. Here for our dead love's sake let us our farewells make. Will he again awake? Ah, no, no, no. Winds sigh and skies are grey, days come and go. Wild birds are flown away. Where are the blooms of May? Dead, dead this many a day under the snow. Lips sigh and cheeks are pale, hearts overflow. Will not some song or tale, kiss or a flower frail, with our dead love avail? Ah, no, no, no. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. The Waning Year by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Waning Year. A sense of something that is sad and strange, of something that is felt as death is felt, as shadows, phantoms in a haunted grange around me seems to melt. It rises, so it seems, from the decay of the dim woods, from withered leaves and weeds and dead flowers hanging by the woodland way, sad, hoary heads of seeds. And from the cricket's song, so feeble now, 'tis like a sound heard in the heart, a call dreamier than dreams, and from the shaken bough and acorn's drowsy fall. From scents and sounds it rises, sadly slow, this presence that hath neither face nor form, that in the woods sits like demented woe, whispering of wreck and storm. A presence wrought of melancholy grief and dreams that die, that in the streaming night I shall behold like some fantastic leaf beat at my window's light. That I shall hear outside my storm-lashed door moan like the wind in some rain-tortured tree, or round my roof and down my chimney roar, all the wild night to me. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Grey November by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. Grey November. 1. Dull, dimly gleaming, the dawn looks downward, where, flowing townward, the river, steaming with mist, is hidden. Each bush that huddles beside the road, the rain has pooled with puddles, seems, in the fog, a hag, or thing hag-ridden. 2. Where leaves hang tattered in forest tangles, and woodway angles are acorns scattered, coughing and yawning, the woodsman slouches, or stands as silent as the hound that crouches beside him, ghostly in the mist-drenched dawning. 3. Through roses rotting within the garden, with blooms that harden of marigolds knotting, each one an ember, dull, dead and dripping, her brow, from which their faded wreath is slipping, mantled in frost and fog, comes in November. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
What of it, then? By Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Well, what of it then if your heart be weighed with the yoke of the world's neglect, and the smoke of doubt blown into your eyes makes night of your road, and the sting of the goad, the merciless goad of scorn, and the rise and fall of the whip of necessity gall, till your heart forlorn, indignant, in rage would rebel, and your bosom fill and sobbingly swell with bitterness, yea, against God and 'gainst fate, fate and the world of men. What of it then? Let it be as it will. If you labor and wait, you too will arrive, and the end for you too will be well. What of it then, say I? Yea, what of it then? Well, what of it then, if the hate of the world and of men make wreck of your dreams again? What of it then, if contumely and sneer, and ignorant gibe and jeer, be heaped upon all that you do and dream, and the irresistible stream of events overwhelm and submerge all effort, or so it may seem? Not all, not all shall be lost, not all in the merciless gurge and pitiless surge, though you see it tempestuously tossed, though you see it sink down or sweep by. Not in vain did you strive, not in vain. The struggle, the longing and toil, of hand and of heart and of brain, not in vain was it all, say I. For out of the wild turmoil, and seething and soil of time, some part of the whole will arise and remain, in spite of the wrath of the skies, and the hate of men. What of it then, say I? Yea, what of it then?
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Womanhood by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. The summer takes its hue from something opulent as fair in her, and the bright heaven is brighter than it was, brighter and lovelier, arching its beautiful blue, serene and soft as her sweet gaze o'er us. The springtime takes its moods from something in her made of smiles and tears, and flowery earth is flowerier than before, and happier it appears, adding new multitudes to flowers like thoughts that haunt us evermore. Summer and spring are wed in her, her nature and the glamour of their loveliness, their bounty, as it were, of life and joy and love. Her being seems to shed the magic aura of the heart of her.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Rose's Secret by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. When down the west the new moon slipped, a curved canoe that dipped and tipped, when from the rose the dewdrop dripped, as if it shed its heart's blood slow, as softly silent as a star, I climbed a lattice that I know, a window lattice, held ajar by one slim hand as white as snow, the hand of her who set me here, a rose to bloom from year to year. I who have heard the bird of June sing all night long beneath the moon, I who have heard the zephyr croon soft music mid spring's avenues, heard then a sweeter sound than these among the shadows and the dews, a heart that beat like any bee's, sweet with a name, and I know whose. Her heart that leaning pressed on me, a rose she never looked to see. O star and moon, O wind and bird, ye hearken too, but never heard the secret sweet, the whispered word I heard, when by her lips his name was murmured. Then she saw me there. But that I heard, was I to blame, whom in the darkness of her hair she thrust, since I had heard the same, condemned within its deeps to lie, a rose imprisoned till I die.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Hushed House by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Sonia. The Hushed House. I, who went at nightfall, came again at dawn. On love's door again I knocked. Love was gone. He who oft had bade me in now would bid no more. Silence sat within his house, barred its door. When the slow door opened wide, through it I could see how the emptiness within stared at me. Through the dreary chambers long I sought and sighed, but no answering footstep came, naught replied. Then at last I entered, dim, a darkened room. There a taper glimmered grey in the gloom. And I saw one lying crowned with helichrys. Never saw I face as fair as was his. Like a wintry lily was his brow in hue, and his cheeks were each a rose, wintry too. Then my soul remembered all that made us part, and what I had laughed at once broke my heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Unforgotten by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. How many things that we would remember, sweet or sad, or great or small, do our minds forget, and how one thing only, one little thing endures o'er all. For many things I have forgotten, but this one thing can never forget. The scent of a primrose, woodland wet, long years ago I found in a far land. A fragile flower that April set, rainy pink in her forehead's garland. How many things by the heart are forgotten, sad or sweet, or little or great, and how one thing that could mean nothing stays knocking still at the heart's red gate. For many things has my heart forgotten, but this one thing can never forget. The face of a girl a moment met, who smiled in my eyes, whom I passed in pity. A flower-like face, with weeping wet, flung to the streets of a mighty city.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Unsuccess by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. A modern poet addresses his muse, to whom he has devoted the best years of his life. Not here, O beloved, not here let us depart in the city, but there, out there where the storm can enfold us, on the hills where its breast is made bare, its breast that is rainy and cool as the fern that drips by the fall, in the luminous night of the woodland where the winds and the waters call. Not here, O beloved, not here, but there, out there in the storm, the rush and the reel of the heavens, the tempest whose rapturous arm shall seize us and sweep us together, resistless as passion sees men, through the rocking world of the woodland, with its multitude music, and then, with the rain on our lips, beloved, in the heart of the night's wild hell, one last long kiss forever, and forever and ever farewell. I am sick of the madness of men, of the bootless struggle and strife, of the pain and the patience of waiting, the scoff and the scorning of life. I am sick of the shapes and the shadows, the sin and the sorrows that crowd the gateways of heart and of brain, of the laughter, the shout that is loud in the mouth of success, success that was never for me, ah, me, and all the wrong and neglect that are heaped, beloved, on thee. I am sick of the whining of failure, the boast and the brag of success, the vainness of effort and longing, the dreams and the days that oppress. I am sick of them all, but am sickest, and am sickest in body and soul, of the love that I bear thee, beloved, and only thy death can make me whole. Imperfect, imperfect God made us, or the power that men call God, and I think that a power so perfect that made us with merely a nod could have fashioned us beings less faulty, more able to wear and to bear, less open to mar and to fracture, less filled with the stuff of despair, less damned with the unavailing, less empty of all good things. The hopes and the dreams that mature not while the clay still to them clings. I'm sick of it all, beloved, and the world and the ways of God. The thorns that have pierced my bosom, the shards of the paths we have trod. I am sick of going and coming, and of love I am sickest of all. The striving, the praying, the dreaming, and the things that never befall. So there in the storm and the darkness, O fair and O fugitive, out there in the night, beloved, must thou die, so I may live. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The First Quarter by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. January. Shaggy with skins of frost-furred gray and drab, harsh, hoary hair framing a bitter face, he bends above the dead year's fireplace, nursing the last few embers of its slab to sullen glow. From pinched lips, cold and crab, the starved flame shrinks, his breath, like a menace, shrieks in the flue, fluttering its sooty lace, piercing the silence like an icy stab. From rheum-gnarled knees he rises, slow with cold, and to the frost-bound window, muttering, goes, with iron knuckles knocking on the pane. And lo! outside his minions manifold answer the summons, wolf-like shapes of woe, hunger and suffering, trooping to his train. February. Gray muffled to his eyes in rags of cloud, his whip of winds forever in his hand, driving the herded storms along the land, that shake the wild sleet from wild hair, and crowd heaven with tumultuous bulks. He comes, low-browed and heavy-eyed, the hail like stinging sand whirls white behind, swept backward by his band of wild-hoofed gales, that o'er the world ring loud. All day the tatters of his dark cloak stream congealing moisture, till in solid ice the forests stand, and, clang on thunderous clang, all night is heard, as in the moon's cold gleam tightens his grip of frost, his iron vice, the boom of bursting boughs that icicles fang. March. This is the tomboy month of all the year. March, who comes shouting o'er the winter hills, waking the world with laughter as she wills, or wild halloos, a windflower in her ear. She stops a moment by the half-thawed mere, and whistles to the wind, and straightway shrills the hyla's song, and hoods of daffodils crowd golden round her, leaning their heads to hear. Then through the woods that drip with all their eaves, her mad hair blown about her, loud she goes, singing and calling to the naked trees, and straight the oilets of the little leaves open their eyes in wonder, rows on rows, and the first bluebird bugles to the breeze.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Zero by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. The gate, on ice-horse hinges, stiff with frost, croaks open, and harsh wagon wheels are heard, creaking through cold. The horses' breath is furred around their nostrils, and with snow deep mossed, the hut is barely seen, from which, up-tossed, the wood smoke pillars the icy air unstirred, and every sound, each axe stroke, and each word comes as through crystal, then again is lost. The sun strikes bitter on the frozen pane, and all around there is a tingling, tense as is a wire stretched upon a disk, vibrating without a sound. It is the strain that winter plays, to which each tree and fence, it seems, is strung, as 'twere of ringing bisque. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
On the Hilltop by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Foon. There is no inspiration in the view from where this acorn drops its thimbles brown. The landscape stretches like a shaggy frown. The wrinkled hills hang haggard and harsh of hue. Above them hollows the heaven's stony blue, like a dull thought that haunts some sleep-dazed clown plodding his homeward way, and whispering down, the dead leaves dance, a sere and shelterless crew. Let the sick day stagger unto its close, morose and mumbling, like a hoary crone beneath her faggots, huddled fogs that soon shall flare the windy west with ashen glows, like some deep dying hearth, and let the lone night come at last, night and its withered moon. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Autumn Storm by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. The wind is rising, and the leaves are swept wildly before it. Hundreds on hundreds fall, huddling beneath the trees. With brag and brawl of storm the day is grown a tavern kept of madness, where, with mantles torn and ripped of flying leaves that beat above it all, the wild winds fight, and, like some half-spent ball, the acorn stings the rout, and, silver-stripped, the milkweed pod winks an exhausted lamp. Now in his coat of tatters dark that streams, the ragged rain sweeps stormily this way, with all his clamorous followers, clouds that camp around the hearthstone of the west, where gleams the last chill flame of the expiring day.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Jongleur by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Last night I lay awake and heard the wind, that madman jongleur of the world of air, making wild music. Now he seemed to fare with harp and lute, so intimately twinned that they were as one. Now on a drum he dinned, now on a tabor, now with blow and blare of sackbut and recorder, everywhere shattered the night. Then on a sudden thinned to bagpipe wailings, as of maniac grief that whined itself to sleep. And then meseemed, out in the darkness, medieval dim, I saw him dancing like an autumn leaf, in tattered tunic, while around him streamed his lute's wild ribbons, thwart the moon's low rim.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Old Sir John by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Bald, with old eyes a bloodshot blue, he comes into the Boar's Head Inn. The hot sweat streaks his fulvous face, and all his raiment reeks of all the stews and all the Eastcheap slums. Upon the battered board again he drums, and croaks for sack. Then sits his harsh-haired cheeks, sunk in his hands, rough with the grime of weeks, while round the tap one great blue bottle hums. All are gone, the old companions, they who made his rogue's world merry. Of them all not one is left. Old, toothless now, and gray, alone he waits. The swagger of the day gone from his bulk, departed even as dull, and he his Hal who broke his heart, they say. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
In Ages Past by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. I stood upon a height and listened to the solemn psalmody of many pines. And with the sound I seemed to see long lines of mountains rise, blue peak on cloudy blue, and hear the roar of torrents hurling through riven ravines, or from the crag's gaunt spines pouring wild hair, where, as an eyeball shines, a mountain pool shone, clear and cold of hue. And then my soul remembered, felt how once in ages past 'twas here that I, a fawn, startled an Oread at her morning bath, who stood revealed, her beauty like the sun's, veiled in her hair, heavy with dews of dawn, through which, like stars, burnt blue her eyes' bright wrath.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
The Miser by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Bruce Kachuk. Withered and gray as winter, gnarled and old, with bony hands he crouches by the coals. His beggar's coat is patched and worn in holes. Rags are his shoes. Clutched in his claw-like hold a chest he hugs, wherein he hoards his gold. Far heard, a bell of midnight slowly tolls. The bleak blasts shake his hut like wailing souls, and door and window chatter with the cold. Nor sleet nor snow he heeds, nor storm nor night. Let the wind howl, and let the palsy twitch his rheum-racked limbs. Here's that will make them glow and warm his heart. Here's comfort, joy, and light. How the gold glistens! Rich he is, how rich! Only the death that knocks outside shall know.
End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
Unto What End by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. Unto what end, I asked? Unto what end is all this effort, this unrest and toil? Work that avails not, strife and mad turmoil, ambitions vain that rack our hearts and rend. Did labor but avail? Did it defend the soul from its despair? Who would recoil from sweet endeavor then? Work that were oil to the still storms that in the heart contend, but still to see all effort valueless, to toil in vain year after weary year at song, beholding every other art considered more than song's high holiness. The difficult, the beautiful, and dear, doth break my heart, ah God, doth break my heart. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. Epilogue by Madison Cawein. Read for LibriVox.org by Larry Wilson. We have worshipped two gods from our earliest youth, soul of my soul and heart of me, young forever and true as truth, the gods of beauty and poesy. Sweet to us are their tyrannies, sweet their chants that have held us long, for God's own self is a part of these, part of our gods of beauty and song. What to us if the world revile? What to us if its heart rejects? It may scorn our gods, or curse with a smile the gods we worship that it neglects. Nothing to us is its blessing or curse, less than nothing its hate and wrong, for love smiles down through the universe, smiles on our gods of beauty and song. We go our ways, and the dreams we dream people our path and cheer us on, and ever before is the golden gleam, the star we follow, the streak of dawn. Nothing to us is the word men say, for a wiser word still keeps us strong, God's word that makes fine fire of clay, that shaped our gods of beauty and song. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain. End of the Poems of Madison Cawein, Volume 5, by Madison Cawein.